Alright. I'm absolutely in love with having the mechanical, physical presence of the volume control in the room. Let me know how... Oh! Thank you. What does that say?
Good luck with the build, Seamus. If anything goes wrong, I give you permission to blame it on me. Chat, if you have any questions about the PCBs, let me know.
Thanks very much, Microwave. I'm glad that came through on the stream. So I now have physical control over Spotify, separate from Discord and alerts, separate from my mic. I also have a desk mic that I haven't plugged in yet, but I'm going to plug in, which I'll be able to have available to put over the keyboards, which will be separate from my voice mic. You want a closer look at the white PCB? It is worth mentioning that this PCB does have not the final silk screen, so I would call this like prototype B-stock, I suppose, silk screen. If I remember correctly, Hunter was saying that the final version has a much more prominent graphic on it, similar to how you can see very clearly there's the graphic on the black PCB. So I'll give you a little zoomy. Oh, thank you for the sub. So you can see the silk screen itself isn't as prominent, I think. And I'll show you the black one as well. I do really like the galaxy effect. I don't know what the intended effect was for the graphic, but I am a big fan, considering this is my Boba Fett Slave 1 build. Goes with the space theme. One thing worth mentioning on the final version, you can see this row of resistors here. This 1.5K one, I wonder if I can actually get it all the way. This 1.5K one here at the top, sorry, second from the top. That one is a 22K resistor now, if I remember correctly. Which I think is for the light that's inside the, that's just above it, the power light. I'm not sure if the final comes with a red and white LED, but the one that I have comes with has a white and a red LED. Has the both. Has the options. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to put the white PCB away because I'm going to build mine with the black PCB today. Give me uno momento. Apparently a sub popped up on the screen, but it's not in my my mini feed. That one popped up in my mini feed though. Thanks for following El Planta Kalaka. You get a heart, everybody gets one. I think I missed Flippin' Sun as well. I'll replay that one. Replay. Flippin' Sun, you get a heart, everybody gets one. I've missed a couple apparently. Unless I just didn't say the names and it didn't sink in. Can replay them, thankfully. Kuro Renji, you get a heart, everybody gets one. So, you can see in chat, there's some giveaways happening. The two links in my command are for the Archetype and Mythic Cables giveaways. You can see me like when I lean over and like grab things out of the cupboard. It's almost like an Easter egg. Oh, that's got my address on it. Ah, thank you for the follow. Tutin the Lolo and Janam Nom and Potato Synthesis. Incoming. Predictive Heart. So with the new mixer as well comes obviously new settings and playing around with things. Let me know if it's too sensitive to background noise. I can dial that kind of stuff in. There's all sorts of cool effects and things I can use to suppress background noise. You already know where I live. So, one of the things that we are giving away, and I'm going to be very careful not to touch the PCB with the aviator. Mythic Cables in Brisbane, if I'm correct, have given us a black on black with brass aviator custom coiled cable to give away. I don't know the exact length, but I'm going to say it's a healthy 6 feet, at least. Yeah, I'd say it's 6 feet. Shout out to Mythic Cables. There is a cable command in chat as well you can use, which will link to their website. Thanks for the follow. Dead with no music, you get a heart, everybody gets one. And Siler0709, you get one too. But yes, this giveaway at the moment, you can get the link through the giveaway command up for grabs for anyone. I was going to announce it during, announce the winner during the stream, but I'll probably announce it later on Friday when the Protozoa giveaways also happen. Thanks for the follow, LSN. Also, giving away an Archetype Coal Crabber, never mounted, unlike this other one. So Archetype have given us one of these Hyperfuse. I guess you'd call it B-stock. It's not B-stock in any way in terms of the mold, but the colorway that they, I think this was their prototype for testing out the Hyperwave colorway. So this one doesn't have quite as prominent purple as the final one did, but they gave us one anyway to give away. So that's the second giveaway. And yes, this is Baby Yoda from the same people. Well, Space Goblin. That's going to go on the board today once we're finished. I see 38 minutes ago, Redizon24 followed. If that's the same Redizon that follows me on Instagram and stuff, do you have a second Twitch account? Is Tofu65 Deuces TV, is Tofu65 and KBD67 Mark II much different in terms of typing experience? I would say not significantly, but not from a typing. Whoa, the audio for those things is so whack. Thank you, Potato Synthesis, for subbing. Appreciate that very much. All the sub money, any donations, bits, that kind of stuff, it all goes back into the stream, things like the mixer and whatnot. But also, oh, thanks for the follow, Thorn Collective. But also things like getting the giveaways organized, paying for shipping for the giveaways. I recently gave away a idyllic acrylic mod plate. Thanks Deuces for the cheer. It's just hearts for everything basically. That's why the emote and the sub icon is a Partisan. Oh, thanks for the follow. I should see now. I'm gonna have the. It's gonna be happening all the time. You know what I should do? I should make an animation. I should record it and then make it play, and then that way I can still be doing stuff and just be like, oh, discreet. Yes, I gave away one of these, and that was paid for by sub money as well. If you are interested in that, which I think you should be, because wood, everything is awesome. And if you like more wood and acrylic, this lube vial station. Ah, thanks for the sub, Redazon.
Stream is back.
Yes. This lube vial holder and that mod station are both made by Idyllic Acrylic in Sydney. It's either Sydney or Brisbane in Australia. They make really cool stuff. They also do full keyboards and things. Alice layout. They did an Alice layout one. Thanks for the follow, Crimhacks, Solvilla89, Straw Silk, Big Earn, Caffeine Connoisseur, Deuces, Dawn Collective, just in case I missed anyone. But yes, giveaway links from the giveaway command for the cable and the archetype Coal Crabber. What else? That's right. There's two more, which I just, while I was offline, thanks for the subscription, Beazles 247. It feels really early. It's like 11:20 now, but I've been up since 6:30 trying to get this working and going. And now the internet works. And I have exhausted all my spoons. So, while I was offline because the National Broadband Network, which is the Australian internet network, was being dodgy in my area, I did put together some giveaways thanks to Protozoa. Appreciate it. Ecto. Just dropped the link in chat. That one is for 3 of their Protozoa desk mats. Thanks for the follow. Philia.philosoph. They've got the really cool Protozoa graphics on a stitched desk mat. They've got 3 of them to give away, and we're running that through Gleam. So you know how to enter, and you know it's all trustworthy and by the books. Hey, Tay Morts, Aussie keyboard enthusiast, let's go! It's technically just a pet cam, not just a dog cam. Sorry, not just a pet cam. It's not just a dog cam, it's a pet cam. I have a cat over, like, up and away from where the dog is. And when she graces us with her presence in her perch bed of queendom, we can move the camera over there. Actually, we could probably move the camera over there right now. But second giveaway, I think this is the right one. Yes, that second giveaway link in chat is for 90 moss switches, which are retooled alpacas to be, I would call it Boba Fett green, but you can call them moss green since they're called moss. Those moss switches are retooled alpacas, and they come in a 62 or a 67 gram variant, and the winner can pick which weight they want. So, Mythic Cables, custom black on black brass aviator coily good boy, archetype Coal Crabber hyperfuse prototype colorway, 3 Protozoa Studios desk mats, 90 moss retooled alpaca switches. That's like, you know, you buy yourself one of these Protozoas. You buy yourself a volcanic green Protozoa, put it on top of that desk mat, put those moss switches into it. Oof, you've reached endgame. Do you want me to? I was just like teasing. I was like, oh, well, look what's to come. Do you want me to? I can grab it back out. Bam. I'll give you that super close up on the metal. The mic is so sensitive. The clang of the metal, like my ring on the metal, is such a soft touch. Come on, focus. Streamer life, will I ever get the focus? There you go. It looks almost like grey, I think, under the camera. It's probably the LUT more than anything. Endgame, yes. Endgame. Well, if you're a massive Star Wars fan like I am, then this is pretty... I mean, if I was ever going to make an argument... Just shilling mythic cables there, super zoomed in on the business card. If you're really into Star Wars like I am, and you've been sitting on GMK Boba Fett for 4 months or something, 3 months, just because you want it to be pristine for this build, and you happen to have a Discipad, a Romeo, a Discipline, and the keyboard is in that family of exposed electronics. It's just, it ticks every box. Exposed electronics goes with the Boba Fett, Star Warsy, Slave One ship. Volcanic green, it's too good. Metallic green, Slave One, Boba Fett, boom. Archetype with the Space Goblin, Baby Yoda arriving. Oh, thank you. And you haven't even seen the, well, I suppose the archetype, I would call the Baby Yoda Artisan the pièce de résistance. It's the cherry on top of the cake. But look what Mythic Cables gave me to really like seal the deal. It's grey tech flex on, I get ogre green maybe? It's subtle. It doesn't come through quite on the camera, but it does a very good job of matching the case, as I will now show you. Look at that. I sent him some photos of the case. I did the same for my for Hales as well. Sent a photo of the caps and everything. Matched it perfectly. Matched this one perfectly. Prices are very reasonable. Oh, actually, that reminds me, I completely forgot. I got so swept up in everything else that's going on. They gave me an affiliate discount code. So if you go to their website, which I think is like mythic-cables.com, maybe .au, I don't know, but the link should be available by doing the !cables command. Bite-sized discount, I think. Capital B, capital S, capital D. If you type bite-sized discount into the coupon code thing at checkout, you'll get 10% off. So that's kind of like free shipping in Australia. From us to you. Started from the bottom, now we're here. So I can just like pretend with the cable, we'll just like place the cable there, but look at that. Does it get any better than this? Mwah. Mwah. So like I said, for me, this is about as endgame as it gets, because Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Boba Fett, Star Wars. And trust me, behind me there is a wall of a ridiculous amount of Star Wars Lego. Just more Star Wars Lego than an adult man should have. Going into a meeting. Don't worry, I'll just finish the build. Ah, thanks for the follow. BB Kinsman, recognize your name from AUMK, bud. Repping the 40% club. Just for you. I knew you'd be here. All right. I think that's more. That's enough. There's a word and it's eluding me. Procrastination. Postulating. Postulating. No. I kind of want to get myself one of the TMO V2s. Oop, that's upside down. Tiki Artisan. Ah, yeah. You can actually like make out the detail on that on the stream? Because I've got this tiny little window that I'm like using to reference the stream. But obviously I'm guessing if you max out the screen size, you probably actually can't see it. Yeah, I think the TMO V2 is a pretty nice little board. Actually, that's interesting. Well, it's not interesting. Convenient segue. I'm actually designing a keyboard at the moment. A Nintendo-inspired Mini 1800. We're going with Nintendo 64 translucent colorways like the ice blue, atomic purple, etc. Aluminium offerings for people who don't want polycarbonate. Palm plate. Maybe gasket mounting. Probably gasket mounting. I'm pretty sure it's gasket mounting. So it'll be like a polycarbonate case, palm plate, brass option, alu option, color matched painted plate and stuff. But thank you for the follow, eJoker. We can look at that after this is all done. Hunter, if you're in chat, can you confirm the image that you sent to me yesterday, that was the second from the top resistor is being swapped for the 22K one? And yes, Big Ern, split space. I think, I don't know if it's even going to support not... Actually, no, it will support not split space. But yes, it is primarily designed for split space. And with the 22K resistor, you said it was the unmarked one. There's two. Well, I've got some diodes that are unmarked. And some resistors. So you'll need to point out to me at which point, which one of these is the 22K. Because I've got the 75, 501, 1.5, and then some unmarked. There is an interest check. Give me a minute. The interest check, it's a pre-interest check. It is... What's the term? We were just checking, we were just getting like some, before we finalize renders, before we finalize layouts and things like that, we were getting info. But I'm happy to share it here now that I have mentioned it. But it might run out. Discord app? No, I don't want to link to the Discord app. I want to link the actual link. So there's some renders. And there's the interest check form if you feel like giving some feedback and registering so that you can get up to date when we do stuff. But that is all very late in the early in the works. I would not necessarily be keeping my eye on it at this point. However, once we get through this initial stage of getting information back and finalizing things, I imagine it's going to roll very quickly. All right. Cool. Thanks for the follow, Blazing Dragon. Thanks for the follow, Hot Broccoli. And I think I already said eJoker. Yes, this is a... yeah, that is a Bastion Artisan.
Can you answer my question regarding tofu and KBD?
Ah, yes. I think I started to answer your... Oh, there you go, 10K. I think I started to answer your question, Deuces, and then I might have gotten distracted. Tofu 65 is a tray mount. KBD 67 Mark II is a top mount, if I remember correctly. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Vasey. In terms of the typing, the physical typing feel, it'll be pretty similar. I don't think most people would notice the difference between a tray mount and a top mount without gaskets or without any other kind of vibration reduction in there, like even flex cutouts in the plate. I think that's probably one of the other big differences too, is if I remember correctly, the KBD 67 Mark II has at least a couple of flex cutouts. And so usually what those cutouts in the plate result in is a very minor amount of give in the plate, which translates to, again, a very minor reduction in the sharpness of the bottom out. But again, with a lot of this stuff that we do with keyboards, it's all preference. So I think the main thing that people would agree on as being not as favorable with, say, a tofu, a tray mount, is that the acoustic properties of a tray mount versus a top mount. Whenever you have a top mount or a sandwich mount or something that distributes the weight, distributes the pressure evenly around the plate as much as possible, you're going to have an even acoustic experience across the board. Whereas when you have a tray mount where everything's sort of standing on standoffs underneath the PCB, you get sharper bottom out around those standoffs and a sharper sound as well. So it's mostly a preference thing. Like it's not gonna be the end of the world either way. If it saves you a lot of money, then go for the tray mount, I suppose. But if the costs are all equal, you should pretty much avoid tray mount. Pretty much tray mount and integrated plates. If you can go up from there, you're in a good territory. So tray mount, not tray mount, top mount, sandwich mount, anything with gaskets, that kind of stuff. Microwave, unmarked diodes of the 3.6 volt pair that goes near the lead and capacitor. These two? No, unmarked diodes. These two. .6 volt pair. Yep, Xenia diodes. Right, cool. That's because it's red. That's common. That's what I'm used to. So we got. I might even write that down actually. So that's the Xenia diodes. Those are the 3.6, right? Yeah. Probably should have used a pen instead of a Sharpie. All right, cool. 3.6. So this one is the 22, I'm guessing. All right, cool. So that's the 22. And these two here will be the 0.1 U's. That'll either be the 0.1 U's or the 22P's. I always forget which is which. It's like the big ones versus the little ones. Not that it matters, because thankfully I have, so here I can see C4 1U, 1U. All right, cool. So that's the 1U. And then I have the 22P somewhere. 22P is the little one. Cool, there you go. So this is why I highly recommend people pick up a DisiPad kit, because the main challenges and complicated, like for working out the differences between diodes, resistors, where to place things and all that kind of stuff, everything that we're gonna do on the Mysterium build, you do on a DisiPad. The only big significant difference is you have a bigger microcontroller and a lot more diodes. But other than that, it's more or less the same. So pick up a DisiPad, cheap, chuck some rubber feet on it, build that, then you can build this, if you're already going to be spending a significant amount of money on a premium keyboard like this, why not spend a little bit extra and test run one? And yes, those are tangerines. I don't know where to get a DisiPad. I wouldn't be surprised if Protozoa released a matching DisiPad. I don't know if that's... I think it's something we've all talked about it on the Discord. Not us, as in Protozoa, but like us, as in the community, have talked about it on the Discord. So maybe wait, because they might choose a different manufacturer and be produced even faster. I don't know. Thanks for the follow, Perkinsam. Mr. Vasey as well. All right, so the time-consuming endeavor begins. Oh, JCOD, you got a DisiPad? Well, there you go. JCOD is in Oz, so if you need a DisiPad and you're in Oz. Also, I would recommend, if you're interested in running group buys or like seeing how to offer me to build, yeah, sure, send it my way. I'll build it, no problem, no sweat. If you're into the hobby and you want to look at how to run group buys or something like that, or you want a DisiPad or a Romeo or a Discipline or whatever, it's open source, so you can run a run. You can just find some manufacturers that'll do minimum order quantities of 10, find 10 interested keybists, and then run it. That's how we got this DisiPad. My least favorite part about building these kinds of keyboards, actually the only thing that I dislike. Hey, thanks for the sub, Radids.
Hello, 3.
3. It's a heart. Come on, Stream Elements. Or is it Streamlabs? Streamlabs. The only thing that I dislike is having to pull out all of the diodes out of the sticky nonsense. So, I'm going to wash my hands of oils and things so that I'm not leaving marks and crap all over the PCB. Then we can get started on the diodes and all the extra bits and pieces. Unless, what do you want? Do you want me, because I understand that it's not exactly early in the States and stuff, do you want me to do the other bits and pieces first and leave the diodes last? Because then people can boot out if they want to, and it's just the boring bits. I'll already have shown how to do the slightly more challenging stuff. Maybe we'll do it in that order. I mean, as long as I don't plug it in, right? Alright. Uno momento, por favor. I really like being able to fade the music out like that and actually see how much volume, or even hear the volume of it. I should just switch, when I go away, I should just switch to like full screen dog camera. Just replace all of my cameras with dogs. I'll just have to adopt all the dogs. Perfect solution. All right. Now, normally I would do all the diodes first. What was the decision? And yes, someone asked before. It is a holy oops bastion. And that square stem is super annoying. Makes it really hard to fit on a lot of switches. So, what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just thinking about what it is that I want to put in. Yes, Bastion is also really annoying. I'm thinking about the order of which... Oh, thanks for the follow. Jessifum. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Sub-Zero, X Sturgens, Fried 4, Oh no, Catboy. Thank you very much. Thanks for the resub, Radites. I think I caught that one before. Perkinsam, Mr. Vasey, just in case. I'm thinking about the order of what that I want to put in the components, because when you build these keyboards, you've got to flip them over a lot. Thanks for the follow, John David Wright. You have to flip the board over a lot and sort of lay it on top of the components while you're soldering and working with it. It's the same reason that you wouldn't want to put the switches in first or the stabs in first. As soon as you flip it over, you start to have this problem of it wanting to like skate around and wobble on top of those components. So I'm just thinking, I probably don't want to put in like the USB-C port, things like the big capacitor and stuff like that, or the headers, because they're so tall, I'll have that problem. So most of the guides will tell you to do the diodes and resistors first, I guess for that reason, because they're sort of low profile. And then you come to things like the microcontroller and the USB-C and stuff like that last. But I was just thinking maybe we could do these components first. But for the reasoning of them being low profile, I think I will actually start with the diodes. My favorite artisan at the moment, Baby Yoda. Hands down, 100%, no questions. Although, I will say, there is a person who... thanks for the follow. JLC289243. There is an artisan maker on Instagram who has been popping up in my feed. And I know that I've been procrastinating a lot and we should get started with the build, but it is truly some pretty top-notch stuff. Here we go. Yeah, don't worry, Aiden. There you go. See, I wasn't procrastinating. I was waiting for Aiden. So this account on Instagram, Keep Photography, I don't know how they got recommended to me. They don't have a huge following. I mean, they've got more than me, but they don't have a huge following. But look at these artisans. Someone asked in chat, favorite artisan at the moment? My favorite artisan is the Baby Yoda artisan because of my love for all things Star Wars. Love is probably an understatement. My red hot fiery passion. But if you ask me favorite artisan maker, Favorite upcoming artisan maker? This person, whoever they are, is doing some mean work. Thanks for the follow, Hanky Jazz 89. Favorite Star Wars movie? Can't we love all our children? Even the ones we don't take to public events? No, I like all the Star Wars movies. I think that watching the original trilogy and the prequels in the machete order, so don't watch episode 1, you watch episode 4 and 5, and then 2 and 3, and then 6. I think that's my favorite Star Wars movie. Just watching all of those in that order, front to back, no stop. That's my favorite Star Wars movie. I will say this much. I am a fan of the new movies. I'm a fan of everything Star Wars. Novels, comics, whatever. I was one of those people that wrote Star Wars fanfic as a kid. Before it was called fanfic. Well, that's probably not true. It's probably always been called fanfic. But before it was a thing people did. I used to do fanfic before it was cool. Actually, I just remembered, whoa, I just had a nostalgia trip. I just remembered why I used to write fan fiction. For anyone who's as old as I am, who got Goosebumps books as a kid, they used to do submissions where you could submit your own Goosebumps stories, and if they were good enough, they would publish them and / or edit them. Anyway, awesome artisan creator, Keeb Photography, highly recommend. I'm going to drop their link in the chat. And yes, Goosebumps was the shit.
I just bought P0265. Thanks for explanation. Hope
Ah.
I will be happy with it.
Cheers, deuces. Welcome to the Protozoa Club. Let me get rid of the website. So, I think you said something in the chat earlier, deuces, about the P0265. Let me try and find it, while also trying not to procrastinate any further. You're going to pull the trigger. Excellent, you already did. Awesome. Thinking of buying, recommended as an endgame. I think that the Protozoa keyboards are definitely right up there in terms of what I would consider to be endgame. I think that endgame is entirely subjective, as everyone will tell you. But it has a lot of the features that you would hope to find in a keyboard that you would be more than happy to daily drive and not build any more keyboards for 1 to 2 months or weeks. And it's worth mentioning, the group buy for the Protozoas was closed. It is open now for another 48 hours, I think maybe 72 hours, depending on how they stretched it out. But now you'll have an opportunity to get back on board and get yourself a Protozoa. I might even throw caution to the wind. And solder on the mat? No, that's silly. I just don't want to rub the PCB around on this cutting mat. But it's FR4, it'll be fine. Should you have waited for the Constellation? Why not get both? I'm just such a delicate person. It's funny because I say that I'm a delicate person, but then my ADHD kicks in and I get frustrated with things taking too long. This is why I was saying to my partner the other day, we bought desk plants and I love having desk plants, but it requires a certain amount of patience to care for and maintain, i.e. repot, and keep track of when to give nutrients and things like that to your plants. So, yes, Protozoa shirts and desk mats are also available. Thank you, Factor. So, I was thinking, what I'd really like to do is set myself up a Raspberry Pi with some sensors that can pick up things like nitrogen and other nutrients and things that plants require, and actually have it individually know where each plant is at and give me that information. I'm sure that someone probably makes that as a product, but I feel like that's something that I want to try and make myself. So I can know, or at least be informed, when I need to give the plants what they need to live and be happy. So I was thinking about, let me know if the mic, because I lean forward and the mic probably gets a little bit too far away from my mouth, so I'm going to move it. So I was thinking about what orientation to put the diodes in, because I've done a couple of these already before, and it is possible, although not exactly easy, to have them all oriented in the exact same direction, or at least in the same orientation in terms of what labeling and stuff you see. So this is probably super pedantic for most people. I think a lot of people are not going to worry about the specifics of things like this. I'm trying to get it as close as I can to the camera while it stays in focus. But you can see there's like wording on the diode, if it's gonna give you focus. Yeah, there's some like symbols and stuff and wording on the diodes. And if you're gonna build, yeah, next level aesthetics. Yeah, Raspberry Pi that can detect soil hydration as well as things like nitrogen and other words that I can't remember. Plants need things. But yeah, something like that to manage my desk plants, because I'm too busy. I work a full-time job, I stream, I build keyboards for people, I do a lot of community related stuff. So I'm trying to pick up hobbies that force me to do downtime in a relaxing way. And then I'm like, I can't possibly relax enough to do this hobby. You know what? I'll build something. I'll build something to automate it so I can have the benefits of greenery in my immediate vicinity without having to actually spend any more time on it that I don't already have. So with the diodes, kind of wishing I hadn't bought 150 U4s after the glorious announcement. My apologies for not knowing what oh, the stems. You bought 150? Oof. Big oof. I'm actually not that like stoked about the glorious Holy Panda stuff. I guess I'm just not on the Holy Panda hype train. The fly trap, this thing here that I have. Yeah, I repotted it just the other day, and I am somewhat concerned that it's not taking to the new soil as well. Nah, right? You mean this? The Mario plant. Yes. I actually, man, this is so bad. The problem with having my desk set up like this to make it more interesting for everyone to look at things is my like mega ADHD just goes rampant, and I start doing things like thinking of different places to put the keycaps. So there's a keycap maker, I wish I could remember his name. There's a keycap maker in Australia on keyboardtreehouse.com.au who makes these, which are, they're like, there's no way that's going to give me focus. Which are like little translucent resin keycaps with skulls floating in them. So me, being me, I decided that a good place for that keycap to live was right there, because flytraps, Venus flytraps, dissolve their food. Fun fact: if human-sized Venus flytraps existed, that would probably be like falling into the Sarlacc pit. Cheers. Cheers for the tat acknowledgement. I only got this couple, maybe 2 months ago. I was bored in lockdown. It is a 3-piece scene that I got sort of as a part of a memory to my late father, who got me into Star Wars. One of my earliest memories is going to see the remastered original A New Hope in cinemas. So I got, and before he passed away, the last things that we did together were build tons and tons of Star Wars Lego. So there's like the Sandcrawler, which is because the last thing we built together was the Sandcrawler. There's the silhouettes of R2-D2 and C-3PO, which is like my brother and I, which is like his 2 sons kind of thing. So it's just like a little symbolic imagery. The crash pod Kira, come on. The crash pod, Luke's home. Thanks, Tonky Wonks. Luke's home, crash pod, Sandcrawler. The Endor scene with the Imperial shuttle and the Death Star shield radar. And then, it's so hard to do this, oh my god. And then there's a Hoth scene with the Falcon flying away. Thanks for the follow. Yes, so I'm zoomed in because I was showing you diodes. No, that's right, I was zoomed in because I was showing you tattoos. Oh my god, brain. Alright, cool. Papa's Toes. Yes, I have both the old 90s series playset Lego Falcon that opens up, and I have, thanks to Hales, my wonderful fiance, I have the big one, the massive one. It is so big though that when we moved house, it fell apart because it's built from all like these separate pieces that kind of just slot together. They don't actually clip together. It fell to bits, and it's been in a box for a year and a half. Because when we move into our house, sometime hopefully next month or the month after, once Melbourne lockdown finally ends, I'm going to rebuild it, and then it'll be back in action. I can, you know what? Because you're all here, why not? I'll take my potato cam over and I'll show you my Lego Star Wars because we're talking about it. See, that's the danger of having myself muted, but still having the ability to hear myself. You know what? If I... There we go. Okay, cool. So now I hear what you hear. I had myself set on the monitoring thing. Hey, Laneware, what's going on? I was telling people about the NIN 1800 before. But let's not be distracted. Not talking about that. So, what I was saying to y'all originally was when you're putting the diodes into the PCB, if you're like me, I need to fix that audio. Thanks for the sub, Laneware. If you're like me and you want to be fairly pedantic about this, given that it is a pretty premium keyboard, and you want it to be, you know, look as good as possible, you could go as far as factoring in the labeling on the actual diode itself, which I'm going to do. Now, on the diode, there is like a little circle with the word on written in it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to basically place that symbol away from my finger or away from whatever implement I'm using to bend the diode legs. And then you want to get your fingernail or whatever implement you're using to pinch or hold the bending point, I guess, as close to the diode as possible, and then create a nice bend, nice even bend. Fingernails work. I've found that most of the time you try and use a tool or something, the tool just gets in the way, and your fingernails actually are just as good. Thanks for the follow. Dustin. But unfortunately for me, like a fool, I just cut my fingernails, so I might actually have to go with tweezers today. But don't underestimate... Oh, that's loud. Don't underestimate nature's tools. Thanks for the follow, Masblue. I might, I'll come back to doing heart hands for people. So the reason that you want to bend the diodes, I mean, maybe it's obvious to people, but maybe it's not obvious to everyone. The reason that you want to bend the diode legs as close to... I'm just going to zoom it in, makes all of this so much easier to explain. The reason that you want to bend the... focus. The reason that you want to bend the diode legs... Give me the focus, camera. The reason that you want to bend the diode legs as close as possible to the diode is because when you actually put it through the PCB, if it's not bent as close as possible, you're going to have a bit of a struggle when it comes to putting it through. Because right when it gets to the PCB, it's basically going to get wedged in there, because the two legs are going to be pushing against each other, I guess is how you would describe it. But as you can see, when you bend it close to the diode, it has no issue whatsoever going all the way down, which is going to be really good because you want it to be as flush as possible so that when you bend the legs away, give me the focus. Give me the focus. So that when you bend the legs away, you can hold the diode flush and bend the legs. And then what you'll get is a nice clean... I'm going to hit the mic if I hold it like that. There you go. You can see the white box around the diode. So I'm being super duper duper pedantic. I mean, for a lot of people, they might even argue that the whole exposed diodes look calls for a less pedantic approach. I, however, probably romanticize keyboard stuff a little bit too much and like to take my time. Thanks for the follow, Travel. So, I'll give you desk shot so you can just look at everything in general. But let me know if you want close-ups at any point. Just ask. The problem is that I have a tendency. Thanks, Shogun. Welcome, one new viewer. What was I saying? Something diodes, something dark side. I have an echo? That's why. Okay, so... No, because I want that to come through, don't I? Why do I have an echo? Okay, cool. Awesome. Tripping me out. Oh yeah. Good job, mate. Cool. So I'm just wondering, so I'm trying to think about pieces of advice that I can give you as I go through this process, things that I learned from doing other Dissipads and Romeos and stuff. One thing that I would suggest, it might seem like a great idea to throw in every single diode all the way across, and because your brain is logically like, oh, I'll do this like Lego, I'll do all of the diodes first, then I'll flip the PCB over and I'll do the entire thing. That becomes really problematic because the more of these you have in here, the more likely it is that some of them are going to slip out, wiggle loose, change orientation, whatever, bend. I would actually suggest, and what I'm probably going to do now, because this conveniently does sort of 3 at a time staggered diodes, I think I'm just going to do 3 at a time. Another reason that you wouldn't want to do all of them at once is because when you start to get all these other components with legs going in different directions, something that I've done and I've seen other people do is you'll go to solder a leg in and that solder will jump to a nearby leg that's crossing over it because the heat transference. And then all of a sudden you've soldered 2 diode legs together. So yeah, I would agree too, Big Earn. Through-hole projects are a way to see your progress. I'm not going to pull it apart, but underneath this, you might even actually be able to see it through the gap. Give me focus. Through the gap, you can actually see on the right here, this was me showing how I used to do through-hole techniques, and you can kind of see that it's just messy. But then on the left here, you can almost not even really see anything. And this is how I do it now because I like it. It's just cleaner. I mean, it's on the underside, so you barely even notice it, but it's the way that you do it. Yeah, laneware. As laneware was just saying, which is what I was saying earlier, I asked everybody on the stream, although I didn't wait for an answer, so good guy streamer for me. I was saying earlier what I could have done to save time for people in America who probably aren't going to go to bed soon. I could have done all the other components, the more complex things like the USB-C, the microcontroller and stuff like that first, but the downside to doing that is you end up with the large components already on the board, and then when you flip it over it starts to wobble. So you want to start with your diodes first and your resistors first, because they're the ones that you're going to have the least collision when it comes to flipping the PCB over. So another thing that I posted about was the way that I've been doing this lately is just dabbing a tiny bit of solder on the top first to hold it in place, the diodes or the through-hole components, flipping the board over and then clipping the legs as close as possible. The reason for that is that if you solder on this side first, you're going to end up with the solder sort of forming up around the leg, making a sort of protrusion, I guess, which is really hard to clip off, if at all. So what you could do is you could try to put as many diodes through as possible and then tack them all. But the problem is, as soon as you sort of start to get 10 or more components in, that's when you'll start to have some of them are a little bit looser than others, and you'll start to have problems keeping them all flush. And because this is a premium board, I really want to try and make sure that these are as clean as possible. So I'm just going to do 3 at a time. Yes, my iron tip is dirty AF. I need to order a new one, or maybe just like find a way to get this one properly cleaned. You know what else I need to do? I need to bring this over. My super makeshift DIY PC case fan USB smoke extractor. A nice tip for leveling the PCB once you're putting the microcontroller socket in place is to use the protective plastic that the socket is shipped in on the opposite side. So this one wasn't shipped with protective plastic. You're not talking about the foam, you're probably talking about the actual hard shell plastic that you would get if you bought from like a large manufacturing place. Yeah, sure. So you're talking about you'd have the microcontroller on this side, and then you would take the case that it came in and put it on the other side, flipped over to act like as a leg of equal proportion. Thanks for the follow, Cloud Catastrophe and FCC and Margarita. Alrighty. So, diodes. Someone who's a more experienced electronics person might be able to tell me if there's a correct ordering process between sponge, steel wool, flux wool, and tinning the tip. So all I've done there basically... Can you get a zoom while I solder? Yeah, sure. I can do that. Might move the keyboard up. Because when I zoom, it sort of focuses in up here. Thanks for following Cox? Film Cox? I don't have a speech problem. I'm like literally trying to read the name and like do the heart hand thing and like what? Cool. I might even move my mouse out of the way. See, now the challenge becomes, how do I have enough space to do everything while giving y'all, you know, pretty things to look at? I suppose what I could do is... I'll bring the mouse back when I need it. That makes sense. How's that? Hales, if you could go through the chat and get the NIN 1800 link again, please. Where's Facecam? Are you the same person that asked me about where Facecam was last time? Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. We'll continue on with the diodes, and I'll give you that Facecam. I'll give you full desk. Give me 2 seconds. All right. Can I get a mic check? How is the volume of my mic versus the music in das Backgroundo? Oh, look at that face cam. Oh, wait, no, I didn't hit the transition button. No, I did silly hands and everything. Mix is good? Excellent. I wish that I could put on... talking about the mix. Oh, thanks for following, LS Keyboards. Talking about the mix being awesome. How awesome is it? Is it worth cheering over? Yes, the mixer has a soundboard. Thanks for following, Den Boobies. So I can do cool things like... Yes. Or I could be like, ooh, spooky. Or maybe my jokes didn't land. Or maybe, what's this one? Ooh, magical. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this, you can tell already. Seems like you all enjoy it as well. It does come with a stock intro song thing, which at first I was like, oh, stock songs. No, I don't want stock music. But what do you think? I could get behind that. I think I could get behind that. You want to get a zoom on the solder? Sure. Let's crack on. So, what I was saying before I nature called and had to go to the bathroom, that's loud. There we go. Now the mix should be better. What I was saying before was the technique that I've started to use is just to put a small amount of solder on the top, right near the component, to hold it in place, so that when you flip the board over, you've got clean access. I really need to fix the audio for that. You've got clean access to the vias. The vias are the holes that go through the PCB. So, a well-equipped electrical person would have some purpose-built tools for clipping diode legs. However, I do not. I use nail clippers, because thankfully, someone on the stream once told me when I was building my DC pad, because I was doing the horrible process of bending the legs manually with my fingers backwards and forth until they were weak enough to snap. But let's not talk about that. And they just said, why don't you use some nail clippers? So, if you get the nail clipper along the leg, you can bring it all the way down to the actual diode hole itself and clip it right at the base. So, you can see there's just a tiny little bit of the leg exposed. Yeah, it's funny. We spend, I say this, it's become almost a joke. I on the soundboard, I should add a sound clip of me saying, it's funny how much money we spend on keyboards, and then we save money with silly little hacks. My carbon filter smoke extractor is a PC case fan I ripped out of a case that was getting thrown away with a $2 5 volt to 12 volt step up regulator and a USB-A connector. So free, $4, 15 minutes of time, and you go down to JTK or some electronics store. Sorry, I'm like hiccuping, so I'm trying to like suppress the hiccup. Get yourself a pack of 4 or 5 or whatever carbon filters for $15 or something from JTK. Give some to your friends who are also doing the project. Find a PC you can salvage together and take the 4 or 5 fans out of it. There you go, for $5, $6 each, you've got a smoke extractor, which these things cost anywhere from, 30 USD to 70 USD for ones with legs and stuff, and some zip ties, and you have a perfectly functional smoke extractor 9000. The question Quacker Clack asked is, should you be clipping those legs before or after the soldering? So what I was saying before was, what I like to do is place through your first row of diodes, first 3 diodes, as flush and as cleanly as possible. Bend the legs. I'll be doing this a bunch, so you'll see me do it heaps. Bend the legs, and then solder just a small amount. Tap, tap, tap. Which, if you're a welder, you would call that tacking. So you would tack the weld, and then flip it over, clip all of the legs, because they should all hold very solidly there once you've got some solder on this side. Which, I just want to double check. Yep. Then you can clip all the legs and go for it. So you want to be careful when you're clipping the legs because I don't want to leave diode legs all over my desk everywhere. You want to be careful when you're clipping the legs because you don't want to... well, you should just generally, as a rule of thumb, be careful around any PCB with a hard metal object like a screwdriver, nail clippers, pliers, things like that. Because even a small scrape can damage a trace. That's why it's really important to be careful when you're screwdrivering your screwing in your stabs, because if you slip for some reason and it collides with the PCB, it's very easy for a good Phillips head to just rip a trace in half, split a trace. So I tend to have the legs going away from me because I'm right-handed. You would do it the other way if you're left-handed. Also, another tip, it is very much worth, oh no, 2 hands, come on. It is very much worth keeping all of the diode legs if you are a tinkerer or you think you'll be building more keyboards in the future. I've used, on 3 occasions, I've used diode legs to patch a broken trace on a keyboard PCB. If, for example, you have, you lift a pad, or lift a via in this case, pad, via, I'm not sure if it's interchangeable in this way. If you lift one of these pads out, then what you can do is you can physically see where the trace is going, which is very hard to show on camera. There you go. So you can see where the traces are running. You can actually physically follow the trace from the via with your eyeballs, and a diode leg does a really good job of being just about the right length to patch a broken trace. Tips from Uncle Seamus to you. And I lost the diode leg. Well, there you go. Oh, there it is. Yes, Crimhacks. I am going to solder on the bottom as well. This is just the way that I roll, because I like the solder joins on the underside to be muy clean. Deuces TV, soldering versus hot swap. Benefit of soldering is more stability. I think you could probably argue that a benefit of a soldered keyboard is stability, but I don't think it's something most people with a good premium switch, I don't think a lot of people would notice the difference. Especially in a brand new hot swap board, which leads me to the second thing, which is the real reason I would suggest a hot swap board as not being ideal if you know how to solder, and desoldering is not scary. You just need a good solder sucker and some patience and knowing the technique. I think a PCB can take as much soldering or desoldering as is within your capability to do safely, repeatedly. Generally speaking, there's things you want to avoid, like you don't want to pull the solder sucker while all of the solder isn't flowed, because that's a good way to pull a pad out just from the suction and the heat combined. You don't want the heat to be too hot. PM you on Discord if you need me to have a lurk for a second. Yeah, can do, no worries. Yeah, but also things like Enig and other like premium PCB materials, the reason that you pay double for a good PCB than you would for a cheap one is because it can handle things like being desoldered. It can handle higher heat. They're just built in a way that makes them more durable. I think the important thing to remember is that if you lift a pad because of desoldering or something, especially with these boards, it's really easy to follow the trace, see where it needs to go. And if you get yourself a $5 or $10 micrometer, then you can test like whether it's the diode that's to blame or whether it's a busted trace. There's plenty of YouTube videos out there. I probably should make one myself, to be honest. We got Zoom? Yeah. Everyone does have different standards, yes. What would you classify KBD fan PCB as cheap? No, I don't think so. I haven't checked what their V2 PCBs, because they're like V1 PCBs for the DZ60 and DZ65 and stuff were purple, and the new ones are black. I'm not sure if they've upgraded certain things, but I know that the purple RGB hot swap PCBs did have issues with the hot swap sockets popping out. I don't know if that's like a common thing with KL hot swap sockets, but if you don't align the switch pins perfectly, or at least close enough to where the gate is in the hot swap sockets, you can actually push the socket straight out of the PCB. And then if you don't have a soldering iron or know how to solder, good luck. So, one mistake that I made was the classic measure first, measure twice, cut once. I didn't double check that the diodes were in the right direction, but memory serves. Thankfully, I just did it right the first time. What you'll notice with electronics and PCBs that have these markings, this little symbol here, I think it's called a gate. The gate symbol, basically the arrow points towards negative, positive. Well, it points towards where the black side of the diode goes. So you'll see that the arrow, give me focus. The arrow points, the arrow points up, so the black part of the diode is up. But that's basically it. So, what I was talking about before points towards negative. Correct. There you go. I would have thought black would be negative, but I didn't want to get it wrong. So the reason that I like to clip the legs before I solder from the underside is so that you get these very small joins. And depending on how closely you clip the legs, like you can actually get as far as clipping the legs almost inside the via, but that's a bit exy. I don't know if I would want to do that all the time. It just gets a nice clean join. You're never going to see it with one of these. You can see it through the gap, so it becomes a little bit more of something you would want to think about and care about. But on one of these protozoas, obviously, it's going to be hiding inside the keyboard. At that point, the most important thing is making sure that you have nice, clean joins on top, which I would not call that nice, clean joins on top. Because you're soldering from the underside and it's flowing through, I was even trying to be careful not to use too much just then, and the excess is basically flowed through. So there's a couple of different ways that you can deal with that. Basically, you can hit it again with the iron from the top, and hopefully there's not so much that it won't flow back in, or the diode legs aren't in the way, whatever. But if you hit it just for a second again and reheat it, it should flow back down just with gravity. You could also heat it from the pad on the side that you want the excess to flow to, so the underside, while holding it upright. But that's awkward because then you're using an iron underneath something and not looking at it. But the idea is that solder will flow towards the heat, so you can hit it from the side you want the heat to be coming from, and then use gravity as well to get it to flow away. That's probably a more challenging way of doing it. An alternative is just to use some solder wick and get rid of the excess. Was that a question about Keep Jimmy? Do you recommend buying a second PCB for any good custom board in case the first one dies for whatever reason now or in future? Yeah, getting a second PCB is always smart. While a lot of this stuff, the convenience of this particular board, or these CFTKB kinds of boards, is that you can, if a diode dies, replace the diode. If the microcontroller dies, replace it. If any resistor or component dies, you can replace that component. It's not some complicated, challenging SMD technique that you have to use. You don't have to bake it in an oven with a solder mask or anything like that. Flux mask? Solder mask? Solder mask. Yes, Shogun. Beautiful face. Thanks. So, yeah, one of the advantages of this is that you can take the components out if you need to. But if things get damaged irrevocably, or if you, for example, wanted to have a tactile build and a linear build, something that I've seen a lot of people do is they'll get a second PCB as a backup, but then they'll go, I'm already spending all this money, I might as well, they throw in another 40 or 50 USD or whatever it is for a plate. And then they'll have a second PCB, a second plate, get some switches and some tabs, and all of a sudden you've got a whole second board, and then you can have your tactile board that you use during the day for gaming, and then you pull it all apart and use your, gaming during the day for work, and then linear mode for gaming at night. How would you tell which resistor or component is broken on these PCBs? That's probably more of a generic electronics diagnosing question. I tell you what. If something goes wrong with the build, I would need to, and have many times in the past, had to use a micrometer. But the way that it works, basically, this is a cheap tool, like $5 or something. The way that it works is you basically put the positive and negative rods. There's a word for it. There's definitely a word for it. At different points connected to different vias or pads, the metal components that all the metal pieces in the PCB that all the components connect to. And what you can do is send a signal through this device, through those connections, and the readout on the screen will tell you certain things, like if you want to know if a diode is working, you can put the rods on either side of the diode and send man, this is the hard part, is like trying to explain it. Probes, yes. You put the probes on either side of the diode, you send a signal through, and if the diode is unhealthy, that signal will decay to 0 or something negligible. But if the diode is healthy, then what you should see is whatever the diode's output is, basically. So that's the most common thing that you would see, is diodes going dead because you overheated them or cooked them or something like that, or there's so many of them. Murphy's Law, when there's this many of a thing, there's a good chance that one of them are going to be broken. That's not Murphy's Law. That's probability, but Murphy's Law, if something can go wrong, it will. So to summarize, yeah, get a second PCB. It's just smart. It's a good idea to get one. That way, if you do something wrong and you totally cake it and absolutely cook it, you've got a second backup. Thankfully, I believe the Mysterium PCBs are compatible with these cases, hopefully. I could be wrong. Cool, so after all the internet issues this morning, it put me off and threw me out of whack, and I'm being very slow and talking more than I probably should if we want to finish this build today. Cool. As long as my face is up. As long as your face is up, take as long as you want. Did you say strap in or strap on? Alright, cool. So, what I want to try and do is like have the close-up cam be... Oh, microphone. Have the close-up cam... I'm so used to building 60%, so I have so much more space. Have the close-up cam be at the same spot as the face cam. Yeah, how do you like that? It's so hard to like see the joins too. So you can see what I've done, well hopefully you can see what I've done, is I have the labeling on the components all facing in the same direction as well. Because I'm being super pedantic, and I want the whole board to basically look like a piece of art. Cool, so I'm happy with those, happy with that. Another thing that I recommend is getting yourself some professional cotton tips. Go away, autofocus box. Professional cotton tips. Highly absorbent, large and durable. These diverse cotton tips will provide outstanding results in every salon treatment. This is not a salon. It's not very professional when the lid barely works. But the reason that you want to get professional cotton tips is that they don't leave behind a lint film. They don't leave behind lint, which is annoying when you're cleaning flux off a board. You don't want to have gunk everywhere, like hair all over your PCB. So, what I've realized I'm missing from this equation is my little thing of alcohol. Give me 2 seconds. I'll get that, and then I think we're good to start smashing through these diodes. All right. Isopropyl alcohol. That was the other thing. Although I'll probably do it at the end. Yeah, I'll do it at the end. So, oh, music's too loud. And see, I wouldn't have noticed that the music was too loud if I didn't have the mixer. So the reason that I was going to get isopropyl alcohol was because when you use rosin core solder, like I do, like I would recommend, rosin core basically means that it has a flux rosin center, which makes it really easy to solder because flux is an essential, well, not essential, but flux is a extremely good chemical catalyst for promoting heat transfer between metals in a liquid state, or for getting metals to a liquid state. It's for heat transfer. So rosin core solder has flux in it. Flux actually causes corrosion over time. So if you build PCBs like we do, if you build keyboards all the time and you solder with flux, which most of you will, whether you realize it or not, you potentially can have corrosion building up on components. So the reason this is taking so long to get started is I'm just like going through all of the little tips and things. But feel free to ask me on the Protozoa Discord when you receive yours and you start doing your building. I mean, you can ask Hunter as well. But I'll make highlights. I'll make highlights of all these little tips. So once the full build is done, any little technique or anything like that, I'll highlight all that out into highlight clips, and then I'll post them in a gallery or a catalog or something. And that way you can be like, oh, I need to do the USB-C, and you can just watch the 5-minute clip of me doing the USB-C. Or you need to do the microcontroller, or you just want to see without the diodes. Cool. All right. Do you still want the zoomies? Ah, thanks for the follow, Aliwag, and Yazid Zach, and Skevin, and Expired Curl. Thank you, Beezles, for the gifted sub. I didn't even see that. I'm gonna replay it because I wasn't here. Oh, look. Ken's just subscribed. I wonder if I replay it, does it say Ken's every time, or does it say a different person? I hope it was you that got it, Ken's. Otherwise, congrats to whoever gave it, whoever got it. And to Beezles for gifting a sub. The leaderboard on subs is currently led by my brother. Feel free to take him down a peg. I'm a Twitch primer. Why would I not be? You get a free Twitch sub every month. Among other things. See, this is the danger of me zooming the camera in. If I zoom the camera in, there's a high likelihood that I'll end up doing things off cam. Yeah, what's with the whole Twitch Prime Gaming thing? Oh, there goes the light. I'll swap that over. This stream's so slow. Yes, Emily, I am going to get the Kiwi switches. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I need to... I wish I had my notepad out. I need to message Switch Keys and confirm the order. I'm getting 90 Kiwis for myself, 90 Kiwis for a friend who is building their first keyboard. She's building a... I called it an inverted watermelon because it is a hot pink Southpaw 65% with the Southpaw numpad with Kiwi switches and DSA Magic Girl keycaps. So it's like a inverted rainbow watermelon. Ah, thanks for the follow, Polar Bear. You will get your heart momentarily. You passed on the moss switches but got Kiwis just for your volcanic green. There's your heart, Polar Bear. I got both because I'm planning to start doing Switch review type content. Attempt different lube methods. I'm going to try and basically have a format that is taking popular new switches that are coming out, like the Glorious Holy Pandas, the Navies, Kiwis, Moss, whatever else, and then doing stem only, stem and bottom house, stem, bottom and top house. Also light lubing and heavy lubing the stem to see how much different techniques impact it. Also trying the different popular films and sort of doing a consistent breakdown of the different switches as they come out, because I sort of do it anyway on my own, so I might as well record it and share the discovery. You know what? I think we're lacking overhead light. I'm doing the terrible thing. I'm gonna stop axing it because I didn't look at what I was doing. As you can see, there's a nasty little... Oh, you probably can't see it on the camera. Probably could have gotten away with it. There's the nasty little gangly when you don't heat up the component properly and the solder chases the iron away. Usually, if you haven't tinned your tip properly, or you've got contaminants on the tip, you can have those sorts of problems because your join will be contaminated, which is what I've just done, which is what I said about not paying attention. So this is where you can use something like solder wick. Cool. So, what solder wick does, there's no way I'm going to get focus. What solder wick does, you can see the little, how it's sort of a copper color, but there's a tin silver bit right there between my fingers. Solder wick has like, I think flux and stuff in it, or maybe it's just really attractive metal to solder. But solder wick super useful because you can do what I just did. So you didn't see it before, but this join here was quite nasty. You can Google what like a nasty solder join looks like. But generally you want them to be concave, convex, concave,
Opening
yeah,
web
concave
page.
and shiny. Braided copper wire, that's what it is. Awesome. Cool. Cool. I have to like hunch, get myself in the position for the camera. These are going to slide off towards me. Or they're going to fly away from me, okay. Thankfully, I wear glasses. When you're doing what I'm doing right now, I highly recommend, if you are not a bifocaled human, you should get yourself a pair of safety glasses, because when you're soldering, I'm just going to hold the PCB up in front of the camera. When you're soldering, it's not uncommon for you to put your head surprisingly close to the soldering iron and solder and things like diode legs, and they'll just fly straight into your face. Cool beans. Hopefully the zoomies are doing it justice for you. Just gonna double check everything is where I want it to be. Cool. When you're soldering the components, especially with through-hole, it's a really easy way to tell when you have heated the component to the right level. If you tin your tip sort of before you start soldering, but then also feed a little bit onto it, this is everyone's going to be like, you don't do that. If you put just a little bit of solder onto the iron as you're heating up the component, the flux from the rosin core is going to help the heat transfer from the iron to the component, rather than it taking ages and you end up dispersing a lot of heat through the board. Because when you're hitting the board with the soldering iron, you are actually, the heat is sort of dispersing. If I hit a component here, I'll be able to feel the heat up here eventually. And so like rosin core and flux and stuff helps with getting that heat to transfer between metals faster than it does through other components. It sort of like doesn't contain the heat. It just helps transfer it to where it needs to go, where it should be going. So if you've got rosin core flux, you can sort of hit the pad, just tap a little bit of flux onto the iron, and then feed it onto the pad the way you should, and it'll just speed up that process, so you're not going to risk the PCB as much. So if what I was just talking about then, for example, is I've just tinned the tip. Hit it with the flux wool just to clean off contaminants and stuff. And then you can hit the pad, feed a little bit onto the iron, a little bit more onto the pad, hold it there for a second. And what'll happen is the solder will sort of to the pad. And that's how you know when the components reach the right temperature. Because the solder, like your solder can be flowing, can be wet, liquid, in its liquid state, and on top of the pad, and sort of making a bubble, I guess, like just forming on top of the pad, but not actually sinking down inside of it. Once the leg of the component and the via itself are at the right temperature to sort of promote cohesion between the solder and the via and the leg itself, you sort of see the solder suck into the through hole. So what I was saying before, what's happened last time and what's pretty much going to happen every single time is you'll end up with like overflow where it flows through to the other side. And like I said before, easy fix. What I'll probably do is I'll go through and do all of the diodes, and then if I'm feeling like being super duper pedantic, I'll take the solder wick and then just go all the way across and just try to clean them up as much as possible. I've tried to do that before with a discipline. Actually, I think I did it with the Romeo. And the problem is it's really hard to get it to consistently take off as much solder as you want, and you end up with some exposed pads and some not exposed pads. So I think that beggars can't be choosers. There's probably a limit on how pedantic you can be about doing these diodes. I think orienting the labeling on the diode itself and at least minimizing the amount of solder that exposes through the top is the best that you can hope for. And then obviously using some 99% isopropyl alcohol to clear away the flux afterwards, which you can see just like the gross resin stuff. And that's why the reason you want like isopropyl alcohol or something like that, not something like that, the reason you want isopropyl alcohol is because it is an evaporative cleaning agent. Give me focus. So you can wipe away the flux, like I was saying before. If you don't clean flux off the board, it's a corrosive, so you will get corrosion on your board eventually. So now I've got, gross. But like I said, oh, look at that. Magic. So yeah, isopropyl alcohol, professional cotton tip that doesn't leave behind wool and stuff. Give it the old cleaner-rooney. No worries, Sailor. Sorry that it got later than anticipated. I will have the VOD and highlights and everything up for y'all later. 70% isopropyl alcohol? No, you want to get a really high percentage one. I'm pretty sure they're not illegal in most countries. I think Australia, if any country was going to have like restrictions on getting anything with alcohol in it, it'd probably be Australia. But yes, 99% isopropyl alcohol is ideal. It's just a good like cleaning product to have on hand in general. Do be careful with your skin though, because it will dehydrate the crap out of your skin. So if you spill some on your hands, make sure you wash it away thoroughly, quickly. It's not like it's not going to hurt you badly. It'll just dry your skin out really badly. Might leave it feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, closest to 99% is ideal. That's always what I've been told / stuck by when buying it. I would recommend, at least if you're in Australia, I wouldn't go to Bunnings or a hardware place for it, because you will pay through the nose. I would go, what mixer goes best with it? I would go to eBay. I don't know if that's bad advice, but in the past, I've gone to eBay and gotten 1 litre bottles for, I think, like $14 Australian, which would be like 10 American, versus paying $18, $17 for a 50 ml little spray bottle. I'll zoom out because otherwise we're going to have focus problems the entire time. And all I'm doing is bending diode legs anyway. Yeah, I imagine it's probably an Australian thing why it costs so much. We have a lot of areas in the country that have fairly heavy-handed restrictions on access to alcohol-based substances for various reasons. I wonder if there's like a uniform diode bender, like you can take a roll of diodes still in the tape and chuck it through a machine that gives you these like super clean, consistent bends. Because a large part of what's going to happen today is going to be sitting here doing this. Oh, an industrial machine? Oh, right, yeah, like at the factory it'll put the diodes into the PCB, right? Ah, thanks for following Jet Destroyed. I don't know why. So, funny thing is, I was about to say I don't know why I make sound effects with my voice because that's what I'm used to saying my entire life. Turns out, I got diagnosed with ADHD like 2 or 3 months ago. Turns out, making noises, especially with animals, is an extremely common symptom or sign of someone with ADHD. So every single pet I've ever had, I'm like, make noises and faces and like chase them around the house and get on all fours and act like a literal child. It's probably why ADHD people love animals so much, because it's like on-demand dopamine, right? Is it JTK or JWK? I'm pretty sure it's JTK. I hope that it's JTK. I'm gonna Google real quick. Oh, are they JWK? They are JWK, aren't they? Oh no, it is JWK. Alright, I'm gonna update the stream then. Yes, so they're JWK switches. Stream info updated successfully. Brilliant. Fudo Jiu-Jitsu. Hey, Jiu-Jitsu, what's up, brother? You have really bad ADHD also, you're an exercise freak. I wouldn't be surprised if you find, I mean, you've probably already had this conversation with someone. I wouldn't be surprised if you find yourself doing exercise because it's a symptom of having ADHD. Because, you know, obviously doing exercise to a certain level, you start to get endorphins and then become like addicted to the endorphins that you get from exercising, to the point where you feel like depressed or sick from the lack of endorphins from exercising. And that's definitely any kind of endorphin seeking behavior is a symptom of ADHD, basically. Like having 1,000 hobbies or being super passionate about something for a month and then being like, I'm not that interested in anymore. Here's something I haven't tried. Can we bend multiple diodes at the same time? How pedantic can we be? Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Nope. I would rather have consistency over speed in this build. Make sure my iron is off. Yes, it is. Good. Always smart to check your iron. Yeah, I don't think I would actually be that surprised about the tracking box of doom. I swear to God, I'm gonna have to void my warranty on the Canon camera and install some third-party firmware, because Canon, in all their wisdom, you can't output through the HDMI the raw image. You can only output through the HDMI the viewfinder. So the HDMI output is basically only good for connecting to a screen to use as a monitor when you're recording stuff. It will also, any second now, I think, turn off because it needs to cool down from overheating. And then I will immediately turn it back on because you don't get a break from me, camera. I've just realized that in my planning for the stream, where it started at 9 a.m. my time, I would have hoped to be sort of wrapping up by 1 p.m., which is now 1:30 p.m. So I didn't factor in that I need to eat lunch. Just take a break, my guy. Yes. What I will probably do, once I get through, say, like all these diodes or something, I will eat. I will leave the case and the electronics and everything on the stream for people to gawk at and to chat, and then I will smash food into my face hole. Because thankfully, the advantage of streaming so early today is that I can take a break and then come back and finish the rest of it. And chances are for most of you, it's already getting pretty late anyway. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Are you like just full Hulk mode, like diode legs flying everywhere? Well, my apologies for the ISP having issues and misconfiguring my internet. Fantastic. And for my inability to stay focused long enough to smash this out quickly. In a way, I think I'm kind of, I'm just enjoying it. Taking my time. I've built a lot of premium keyboards for other people, but this is the first time I've actually, this is the first time I've built a premium for myself, actually. I've joined group buys in the past, but I've always bailed out because something else came along that was innovative or did something cool or different, or I lost interest. So this is my first time building a premium that I am actually going to get to keep. And I find myself wanting to take my time and do it really to the best of my ability. hence the meticulous bending of the diodes, so that all of the symbols and stuff are oriented the exact same way. What case color did I get? I got the volcanic green. When I stop to eat some noodles or something in a little bit, I will leave both PCBs and the case on the stream for you to look at. And for anyone who can't stick around because of time zone issues and things like that, because I'm a Twitch partner, there's no delay between when the stream ends and when the VOD becomes available. So as soon as I turn the stream off, gonna need you to desolder and send back the PCB and components. I'm really looking forward to rebuilding it later in the year with the patinaed special edition top cover, with the final acrylic cover, the custom hardware, brass plate, MOS switches. That is most certainly going to be a fun rebuild. Am I wearing Carhartt? How do you know that? How do you know that? Ah, true, on my chest, yep. Yeah, it's funny. I had never heard of Carhartt as a brand before, but I used to do game development, and on my second trip to the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, they had these shirts and beanies and jackets and stuff, and me being me, the first year that I went, I was like, oh, no, I'm not gonna buy into that nonsense. I'm not gonna cover myself in someone else's branding. This convention should be free. Information should be free for all developers, and you know, GDC goes against my beliefs. But I bought like a jacket and a beanie and a shirt and a mug or two. So you're right, I am wearing a Carhartt shirt, and that's the story of how I'd never heard of Carhartt, but now you're like the fourth or fifth person to ask me, is that a Carhartt shirt, and I still don't know the significance. The reason that I bought it is because it says, Game Developers Conference 2019. And the second reason that I bought it was because my late father had a very similar long sleeve shirt with some Australian Football League branding on it, pretty much same, exactly like this, but like multicolored sleeves and stuff with some like football team logos and things on it. And he had that shirt for like 30 years. I think he had it, he had it from when he was 17 or 18. So before, just two or 3 years before I was born. And I don't know why. Now my brother has that shirt, and I was like, damn, this like memento that I'll always remember as being a thing that he wears. I saw this shirt and I was like, it's the same kind of material, it's the same kind of like, it was very similar in a lot of ways. And I'm like, I'm gonna buy that shirt, I'm gonna keep it for 30 years, and one day my kids will be like, that's Dad's Game Developer Conference 2019 shirt. Carhartt will outlast our keyboards. I'll start buying Carhartt t-shirts to wrap up my keyboards in. Imagine if Carhartt started making like keyboard sleeves. Oh, called it first. Same wavelength. I can only type 120 words per minute. It's funny, because people use Facebook on their phones so much, and I have a tendency to use it on the PC a lot because it's just how I make posts and things, social media stuff. I manage it on my PC because when you're doing social media, you know, as much as I've been lately, you don't really want to be doing it on your phone. But it becomes very apparent to everyone that you're talking to that you are not on a mobile phone when you've typed 120 words per minute for a minute. And they've done 6 or 7. Yep. Lol. LMAO. Keck. Ruffle. Yep. Followed by, you're not on a phone, are you? You've definitely pre-ordered the P01? I am excited. I'm excited for you. So earlier on, I was giving the advice of not doing what I'm doing right now, which is doing a bunch of diodes at once. The caveat to that is if you can get consistent, clean bends, then what you do is slot it through, and you'll know that you've got like a consistent, clean bend because it'll basically, is it going to do it or not? It'll fall in. Oh, that's literally the first one I've done that didn't have a very clean bend. So I'll just go a little bit further. When you've done a good bend, see how it fell in, fell in, fell in. When you've got a good bend, it'll basically just fall all the way down. Then you can just hold the component against the PCB with one thumb, take your index finger, slide it between the legs, and get a nice clean bend as close as you can to the actual via itself, to the through hole. And you want to make sure that that bend is tight, because then there's no motion. Like none of the components are moving because every single one of them was bent. I took my time and I was patient and I bent them, you know, all at the same spot, and then did what I was just explaining. So do that, and you too can save a little bit of time and do a bunch of components at once. Sounds like the birds and the bees advice to young men. Now, son, you're gonna find yourself looking at girls or boys. You're gonna find yourself looking at meat popsicles. And those meat popsicles are gonna look mighty fine. Novel key blueberries. I have not tried the blueberries yet. Every time I look for switches on Daily Clack, I find myself getting sucked into wanting to buy the blueberries purely because their graphics on the store are on top of an R2-D2 graphic, and I can't help but I can't disassociate blueberries with R2-D2 now. I don't know if that was their intention or not. Yeah, I haven't tried alpacas yet, Fudo Jujitsu, but I am keen to try the moss switches when they arrive. If you haven't already got yourself into the group buy for the moss switches, the giveaways command... actually, I don't think the giveaways command includes the moss switches giveaway. I should probably update that. There's a giveaway command you can run, which will give you the links for the Archetype Coal Crabber giveaway and the Mythic Cables custom cable giveaway. There's also 2 other links to Protozoa Studios giveaways. All of them are running through Gleam. There's 3 Protozoa desk mats up for grabs. And 90 moss switches in your choice of 62 or 67 gram weight. Thanks for the links. Because it is daytime in Australia, I don't have my moderators. The crew of friends and fam that would normally be dropping links and things, they all have day jobs, like I do. I took annual leave. I'm so excited about building this keyboard that I took annual leave. So you can trust, because this is my last day of annual leave, well, not the last day that I have accrued, but it's my last day that I took. You can trust that I was pretty miffed when, thanks Light. Pretty miffed when I found out that the internet was a problem because the ISP misconfigured something in the exchange. Because otherwise we'd probably be done and I'd be gaming, I'd be playing Valorant on my Boba Fett. I gotta replace the battery in the light. I thought of a way that I can trick myself into not talking so much. If you don't win the giveaways, it's rigged and you're calling the police. This is why I paid for a Gleam account, so that I can run the giveaways on Gleam, and because I'm running so many of them, I wanted people to feel like it was trustworthy. I'm not going to eat fantails with the mic on, by the way. I will mute myself while I eat fantails, which will force me to have to do work because I can't talk. And then I can answer questions when I'm done. Yes, thank you, Macrobive, for being awesome admin / mod during this tumultuous stream. I'm looking to see if there's a way that I can like right click someone and make them an admin, or do I have to do that from the dashboard? Ah, there it goes. Told you, camera, bam, and return. Downside of using a DSLR over a mirrorless. Apparently a lot of mirrorless cameras don't have that overheating problem. So if I go community roles manager, that's what I didn't do. Give me a second. What does Protozoa Studios have their username as? Was it Protozoa Studio? There you go. Now you can really mod. I figure it makes sense, why not? All right, cool. Let's continue. Let's continue with diodes. Nail cutters. Yep. Do you have a problem with the nail cutters? Which city am I based out of? I am based out of Melbourne, Australia. I was saying earlier on the stream that a good electronics tinkerer or hobbyist, enthusiast, would have dedicated pliers for the different kinds of things that you'd need to cut or clip. I, however, haven't bought any yet. And the one time that I've needed pliers, other than with wires where I would just use a wire stripper, has been when clipping diodes and other through-hole components, and surprisingly, nail clippers do an amazing job. Flush cutters? Yes, okay, cool. So now I know what to Google. Need to get myself some flush cutters. Will leak address for key parts. Lachlan Giles. Is that a BJJ dojo? because I have been meaning to go and pick up BJJ for a long time. I have some friends in Queensland, in Brisbane, who do BJJ, and they can't speak highly enough of it. He's also a doctor. Yeah, it's not that surprising to me anymore when I find out people in martial arts have some kind of, I don't know, a better term, higher education career, postgraduate career. There you go. I'm really too delicate with diodes. I should probably just go ham. And I should also swap. I swear there was one under here. Nope, just my imagination. This is what you do, isn't it? Microwave. Go ham. Yep, I knew that's what you were gonna say. Just pull them apart. I'm always, I know that you don't have to be that delicate with them, but I know that once you have a bad bend in a diode leg, it can be a pain. So metal. Oh, that ASMR crunch. All right, fantail number 2, which means mute mute. Unmuted myself at the worst time, right when the music ends. So you just hear like background noise, like my computer fan churning away. We are moving house, maybe in 2 months, maybe in a month and a half. Depends when lockdown ends in Melbourne. When we move house, one of the things that we're going to be looking for is having a dedicated room for my studio. So we can I can start doing YouTube content and streaming, put up some soundboards so you won't hear that echo of my voice bouncing off the wall. I'll also be in the middle of the room rather than right against the wall where my voice just bounces straight back at me. You're printing me a 1N4148 diode bender. I was actually asking on the stream earlier if there was a machine that bends diodes for you. Because, well, there goes my voice. Because I've had to do several of these lately. And it is definitely a time-consuming process to sit there and bend out all these diodes. Hey, Frosticle. Ah, I know who you are. I recognize that alias. How you doing, bud? Long time no speak. If that is one of my mates from Townsville, which I'm pretty sure it is, you are looking very staunch, my friend. And how is the baby? Although probably a toddler now. In school, maybe? Possibly in school, actually. Probably in school. Actually, no, definitely in school. Actually, I just remembered a photo of you and your kid. And he had a little faux hawk. It would be funny if you're not the same Frosticle that I'm thinking of. I too like the sound of this diode bender. What do you think the chances are of providing a 3D printed diode bender with each protozoa? Or offering them as an additional accessory that you can buy. An idea that you pitched? Nice. I think that's a good idea. I didn't even know that they existed. So I imagine a lot of people out there would also know. Didn't my Keys.io kit come with it? I'll be right back. I'm in a glass case of emotions. I love that movie. Were you talking about this? Because I was very confused. Is this a diode bender? Come on, focus. Give me that. Give me that focus. Is this a diode bender? Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. So, is the idea that you put the component between the gap and then bend the legs around the thing? Or do you like put the leg through and then bend? Yeah, okay, cool. So you would, I'll give you the zoomy. So let's pretend that I didn't just hand do like 80 diodes. Yeah, I think I just did 80. Yeah, I think I just did 80 diodes. Give me the focus camera. So, if you have yourself a diode bender 9000 McGee, you can put the diode in between. Now, where's my symbol that I was trying to line it up with? So I've got the little on or no symbol facing upwards, and then, oh man, this is not that useful. This is harder than just using tweezers. Well, I mean, at least trying to get the symbol to face the direction that I want it to is harder. It just wants to spin in my hands. Yeah, there's like no friction. Okay, so cool. I get the feeling this is going to be one of the diodes that doesn't like to slide in. Yeah, so don't get that. That's kind of lame. And you can see it's such a minute difference. Give me focus. It's such a minute difference, but the one on the left is the one... Go away, tracking box. The one on the left is... it thinks that I'm making a face. The one on the left is the one that I just did with the diode bender. The one on the right is mine. And it's a tiny, tiny difference, but the one that I've done with tweezers is much closer to the diode. Like, enough of a difference that it'll come back to bite you on the butt. Thanks, Micromat, for linking. So that's a better option you can get? Nice. I've dialed up the music a little bit because I felt like I was overpowering the tunes. It's funny because the that 3D printed thing that I was trying to use a second ago, it came with a discipline, so same resistors, same diodes. We're making progress, oh my god. When do I break for lunch? It's 2 o'clock, so I can break for lunch after all the diodes are in, or I can break for lunch after all the electronics are in, and then after I come back from my feed, it'll just be switches, stabs, and building the cube. Did the zoom in problem again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, cool, so I've got a few more to go. So if you've bought into the Protozoa group buy and you don't have a diode bender or tweezers or a flush cutter, thank you, Enigma. Ways that you can get by. If you have a long thumbnail, it does a perfectly good job of working for bending these diodes. You can basically put your thumb against the diode, give me focus, against the diode like this, and then start the bend close up. And then, once you've got that enough of a bend there, you can pinch them both together. Look at that angle. A little bit of a fix. Okay, pull that leg back that way. Grab that leg, bring it over. It's like playing Puppet Masters, right? So, in a pinch, you can use your thumb. And you get a decent enough bend to get it to go through. But, if you're like me and you're pedantic and you really want them to be as even as possible, you would go ahead and make sure that they're all bent in the same direction. So I'm going to put that one to the side because I used it for demo and kind of munted it. Oh, you can hear my dog. My dog has decided to go for a walk outside. Well, my partner has decided to take the dog for a walk outside because the dog has decided to make herself known. Oh, wait. No? I got confused. I heard the dog bark and was like, oh, that means the dog's going outside. Nope, she's just barking at the universe. Oh, and my phone has died. You know what I'll do while I'm having my lunch break? I will recharge my phone because what you're actually looking at right now on the pet cam is a lie. The dog is actually on a secret Mission Impossible MI12 mission. She has cracked the security cameras so that what you're seeing is a still frame of her. She's not actually there. Like if I reach over, no hand, she's not really there. Like I could bring her up here on this camera and be like, ooh, my clone experiment has been successful. Instead, you can look at my Pepsi can and my mixer and my panda thing. Yes, you've been bamboozled. But I'll recharge my phone, and then when I come back after having some lunch, I'll put it on the cat, and we can have cat cam for the afternoon. A couple of things I need to invest in. I need permanent power for my lights, because they run on batteries at the moment because I don't want to short out the power board. And those batteries tend to run out faster than they can charge. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That should mean one spare in case I need it. All right. Glitter black. Everything looks better in glitter black. How's the Zildjian Joshua? How is the finish on the PCB? It's very nice. I like the Protozoa logo with the maker's mark. I like that it's on either side, so it's uniform, symmetrical. Well, at least asymmetric for the components, but symmetrical for the logos. You've got the Rev 1 Così-Fenatuti 2019 Mysterium stamp. I think as far as like standard PCB stuff goes, it like vias, placement, traces, everything like that. Not much to say, but the silk screen, very nice. I'm pretty sure for the PCB they upgraded, if I remember, if Hunter or Sailor or anyone around they can confirm. I'm pretty sure they upgraded to Enig, some other stuff. But it's good. I like it. I really like the silk screen on it. I said before, I'm not sure if it was supposed to be like a galaxy theme or not, but it definitely gives me the space vibes. It's I find this process, not just building keyboards, but specifically the process of bending and placing through-hole components like diodes in this like repetitive sequence. Almost it's definitely cathartic, but it's almost hypnotic. Especially when I'm listening to stream beats, I find myself going into flow and forgetting that I'm streaming. Or forgetting that I'm doing anything else. Maybe it's just me. All right. I can see some of the diodes have already begun to loosen from being moved around while they're moving the PCB and stuff. Base it loosely off of a marble texture. Yeah, I definitely see it as a galaxy texture. I mean, for the theme that I'm going for, it definitely has that element of like a rasterized galaxy. Oh, thanks for the follow. JDA0. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Definitely zen out when doing through-hole builds. Yeah, good. So it's not just me then. Cool, all right, so like I was saying earlier, now I'm going to just tack across the top just to make sure that they're all held down. Flip it over, clip the legs. Do you want me to zoom in? Like I said, I always tend to move it off the screen if I zoom in. You know what, actually? I remember thinking this the other week when I was building a Romeo and realizing a better way to do this would be to turn the PCB so that your dominant hand is on the side where you want to be soldering. This is probably just like good electronics, like soldering advice, I suppose. Yeah, so Zildjian, when I do it, it's like a habit that I guess it's like a habit. You don't have to do it this way, because when I've built Romeos and disciplines and stuff in the past, they're just like the standard. Oh, thanks for following Alanski. They're the standard like sandwich mount, and you can see through the side the leftovers of the you get what I mean. And so I tack it from the top. Flip it over, clip all the legs off, and then solder it again. It takes a fraction longer, but it results in a cleaner join for me. I suppose you could, if you're happy with the legs sticking out the bottom because it's hidden in the case and it's no worry to you, then you don't need to do this. You would just flip it over, solder everything, clip the legs off, and deal with the little squiggly stabby out bits. But if you're worried about the components and stuff like that, I wouldn't be. But just don't go ham with the soldering iron. Don't go placing the iron on top of nearby components, which is one of the things that's basically the thing to be worried about, is you don't want to place the iron over a diode and cook the diode. I'm just tacking these with a little bit of solder, Oops. So what I was saying before as well is, while a lot of people argue, well, it's not that it's argued, you generally don't want to just be putting solder onto the tip and then letting it flow onto the pad. When you're doing it close to the component like this on a tiny little thing, it is pretty hard to get the solder onto the pad directly without touching the tip. But the way that you know that you've done it properly at least is the solder will sort of suck off of the iron and down into the pad. If the solder join sort of makes a little wizard's hat, like a little wispy tail that flicks up and chases the iron, then yeah, you haven't heated the component enough, and the solder was more attracted to the iron than it was to the pad. So as long as you know stuff like that, then doing things this way is no big deal. It's mostly just that you don't want contaminants and stuff, and you want the bond to actually be between the diode leg and the pad, so you need to make sure that the iron is touching the pad and the diode leg. Oh, I'm off camera. Oh, good. No worries, Fudo Jujitsu. Good night, mate. The diameter of the solder. I'm using thicker solder than I would probably recommend, just because it's all I have on hand now. Mine is 1 mil. For these little through-hole components, I'm not sure what the recommended size would be. .8 is good? Yeah, that sounds about right. See, I've been getting fine. I've been getting by fine with 1 mil, so I would assume that something slightly smaller is probably more ideal. I think that when I notice it most is when I'm doing stuff like what I was just doing then, where you've got a very small amount of tolerance between the soldering iron and the components themselves. So having the right tip for the job and having an appropriate size of solder will help as well. Don't worry, Healthy Tofu, there'll be VODs and everything up for how to do a decent job along this. This is not what I would call clean, because obviously I've just done the tacking part, so now what I can do is flip it over, clip it all off. I'm not a big fan. I wonder if I can like remove this song from the playlist. I'm just not a big fan of it. Where'd I get my soldering iron fan from? Haha, I made it. The soldering iron fan is a PC case fan that I salvaged from a garbaged PC case with a 5 volt to 12 volt step-up regulator attached to a USB-A connector and a carbon filter. A couple of dollar carbon filter from JTK Electronics and some my brain. Cable ties. Do you want me to mute it? Because like you can hear like the ching, ching, because the mic is so sensitive being a condenser mic instead of a dynamic mic. You can just like grit your teeth. Well, the first time I did this, I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, no way. How can you use nail clippers right next to a PCB? This is pure insanity. Perfectly fine. If you don't have some flush cutters, get yourself some nail clippers. They do a good job. Oh, and I don't have focus? Come on, camera. I think someone asked me where I got my soldering iron from, and I didn't answer. Oh no, the soldering fan. Yeah, that's right. Gotcha. Answered that one. The soldering iron that I use, by the way, is a TS100. Probably just gonna get lots of close-ups of my hands, so why don't I just zoom out? I got my TS100 like before they got hyped up. 3, 4, 5 years ago? 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 2 years. I think like 2 years ago. I think they've only been out for like 2 years. Yeah, I got mine. I picked up mine for like 80 AUD, and I picked up a couple of tips at the same time, and they were super cheap and like highly available. It's like it's gonna cut into my monitor, like trying to fandangle the PCB while also cutting it and also showing you it. And also like the hypnotic effect of just doing this over and over and over again. Yes, I am using an aluminium plate. Ecto sent me the alu plate for the prototype build. I will be rebuilding the keyboard later in the year with a brass plate, the patinaed special edition cover, the moss switches. Yeah, and that's it. Oh, is it my head? I was just sitting there and I'm like, oh no, my head. Yes, Neptyrix 01. They did a raffle for a special edition version of these keyboards, which for all intents and purposes is basically the same thing, but with a copper patina plate on top. I think it's underneath the acrylic cover, or potentially replaces the acrylic cover. But I think the acrylic cover goes underneath the patinaed plate. All right, cool. Whoa. So now what you can do is you can salvage all of those diode legs. Diode legs are handy for repairing broken traces and other stuff. Like picking your nose. Don't do that, that's probably super dangerous. Like super duper dangerous. Diode legs are really useful for making things like hot swap sockets. You could, if you had a microcontroller that had through hole, like a microcontroller mounted on a PCB, you could put hot swap sockets on that PCB, on the PCB that you're going to mount it to, and then use the diode legs attached to the microcontroller's PCB through hole, going through the Milmax sockets, and then you have a hot swap microcontroller, which is what Planty and I are doing with our soufflés. We're going to have 100% wireless soufflés. Follow me for more life hacks. Popcorn out of your teeth with diode legs. T-Tan24, linear switch recommendations. I highly recommend JWK. JWK, even Teotypes even said like 2 weeks ago on stream that he feels these are they're making waves, I think was the word that he said. And he compared them to Novel Creams, saying that he doesn't think that Novel Creams are the smoothest switch on the market. He would look towards JWK switches. So JWK Fat Tigers is what I'm putting into the Protozoa. Who's Teotypes? Taya NK shield types. Come on. Let's be friendly. Now, if I go right to left, then I'm going to be like holding my soldering iron hand on the things that I'm soldering. But if I do left to right, then I'm feeding solder this way and moving away from the components that I've just heated. Thanks for the follow, Stormy's Daniels 3K. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Twitch staff in chat. Twitch staff in chat. What? Thanks for the sub, Munda. You get a heart, everybody gets one. They're Twitch staff? They have a little 18 and a Steam logo. That's interesting. Fat Tigers. Is your name Healthy Tofu because tofu is healthy, or because you have a healthy tofu keyboard? Or because you like health and tofu? Or is it randomly generated? Tofu was healthy and randomly generated in my mind many years ago. Excellent. Recommendations for lead benders? Oh, right, yep. Leg benders, gotcha. Oh, I can feel my stomach telling me, Seamus, it's time for the lunch, bro. It's 2:30 p.m. So I'll tell you what, I'll get through the rest of these diodes. Then I will put the stream on intermission, break for lunch, make something quick and easy, come back, finish the components, and then finish the keyboard. And then I can post the VOD to the Discord and some highlights and stuff. I say this like it's gonna take 15 minutes, like I'm gonna go to lunch, come back, and then be like, oh yeah, bip bap bibbidi boop, zip zap zop, keyboard built, ready to go. But in reality, it'll be like another 3 hours. The difference is now I'm like getting into the flow. I've explained all of the little tips and tricks that I needed to explain that I can highlight, add to the VOD highlights later. TSB2 tip? I couldn't actually tell you which tip I'm using for the TS100, to be honest. I think when you look on Banggood, they have like different names for the tips and stuff. How long does it take to put together a hot swap PCB? Not long. Well, it depends. Are you building a PCB that has hot swap sockets and you're soldering those sockets on? Then it would take you just as long as it would take to do any other keyboard. But the soldering process of building a keyboard does take up a decent amount of the time. So building a hot swap PCB is generally going to be, faster experience. Any PCB that uses non-hot swap connections, like these through holes here, you can insert what's called Mil-Max sockets. And Mil-Max sockets are like little cylindrical cones. They're little conical pieces of metal that you can put, essentially solder in place of the pins for the switches. And then when you put your switches in, they just sort of like jammed into those Mil-Max sockets. So you can make any PCB hot swappable if you have the right size, like sockets for the hole and the right legs to fit the sockets and so on. But the common solution is like Kale hot swap sockets. But even those sockets need to be soldered on either at the manufacturer or by the person building the keyboard. It's not a common thing for Kale like PCBs to come without the hot swap sockets soldered on, because obviously like building a keyboard that's hot swap is kind of like the whole point of it is because you don't have the capability to solder something or the tools to solder something. So yeah, it's not very common. It's not common that you would solder a hot swap board. Oh, thanks for the sub, Zach Chen. I don't know why the sub is a zombie instead of the Pikachu. It's supposed to be Pikachu. Ah, you know what? You just subbed me on YouTube. That's what that'll be. That'll be a YouTube sub. Because now Twitch tells you, like, when someone subs on Instagram or YouTube and stuff, it'll like... You're like, I didn't pay. Give me back my money. Okie dokie. So, what I'll do is I'm just going to go across, and any ones that have underflowed, like not enough in there, I'm just going to hit them again with the iron, and we can wiggle the components, and hopefully the solder will flow through, and that way I can try and get a clean join, because I don't want to have like heaps of excess solder hanging out. It's important to be careful when you're doing this though, because the heat, I probably should wear my gloves. The heat will transfer directly straight through to the component, and it's very easy. As you saw, I like flinched because the heat, I was expecting it. If you're holding a component while soldering, that heat's gonna fire straight through to your finger. So, I do things like wear gloves. Yeah, what I'll probably do after the stream is, because I am going to be pretty pedantic about this, is go across and just make sure that I'm either going to solder wick away all the excess solder on top so that you've got the vias still visible, or I'm going to make it so that you got solder joins visible on top. I think I'd probably like to try and use solder wick and sort of get rid of all the solder on top and have it as close to exposed vias as possible, like just tinned vias. Jensen tools, caliper, lead forming tools, what? Wait, hold on, caliper, lead forming tools, what? Ah, yep. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I love seeing like clean consistency. And then I look on the top side and it's not so much. So, like I was saying earlier, a couple of different things that you can do is use solder wick or gravity and flow heat from the top to try and get the solder to flow back down through the via. It's hard though because the diode legs themselves and the solder kind of like block up the via once you've flowed enough solder into it. Probably the way that you would do it, you could use solder wick across the top. You just have to be very careful not to suck all the solder out. Or you could probably try and heat it from the back, like I was saying, and then have it sort of heating from the back, but using gravity. Again, there's lots of different ways that you can do it. I probably wouldn't say that that last one is a very professional way of doing it. I would say that using solder wick is a professional way to do it. Cool. So, because I'm going to touch these up probably straight after I eat food, I won't worry about cleaning the flux away with the isopropyl alcohol just yet. I'll touch those up after I eat, and then we can clean it up. So, I'm gonna charge some batteries, eat some food, grab a drink, go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff. Probably like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, half an hour. Thanks for the follow, Peppy Toad. Let's say half an hour, or thereabouts. And I will leave things running in the meantime, but with the lights off because I need to charge the batteries. Apologies to those of you in the audience who were expecting this to start and finish by now. That was my intention as well. Unfortunately, the ISP, the NBN, the National Broadband Network, disagreed. But we'll get through it. It'll get finished today. And then you'll have a VOD to watch if you can't stay up any longer than as late as you have already stayed up. But hang around if you do have time, and if you're in a time zone that allows you to hang around. And we'll finish it off and you'll get to see it fully built. While I'm having lunch, I might leave the stream running and put the case and the PCBs on the stream for you, so that if you want to drop by and just check in, you can see everything. We're done soldering more than half of the diodes. There's still these two rows here. I'm done with these ones for now. I'm just going to do some touch-ups in a bit. But I'm very overdue for lunch, so I'm taking a lunch break for about half an hour. I'll leave the stream running. And then we can do the USB-C, all the other bits and pieces. That stuff takes a lot less time because you don't have to like fold a bajillion different legs and stuff. Thanks for the follow, Price Q. What do I do with all these diode legs? I suppose I could just dump them over here to the side. Diode. Alright, cool. Definitely running out of space. Definitely got to think about my space usage next time. I haven't built a TKL on stream. That's what it is. Well, I haven't built a TKL on stream for a long time. Everybody wants those fancy new 65% keyboards. Cool. So, there's the keyboard for you to gawk over. I will place the PCB somewhere. Because 90% of Twitch is just like having things on the screen for you to look at, right? basically what it's gonna look like. Oh my god. Yes, get in my life. If I just push things up, I can have them on top of each other. No compromise. Yay. On this stream, you watch me rearrange my desk. Cool. Enjoy that. Except the downside after all that hard work, I've just realized after the fact, doop doop, this is what you'll be looking at. So I'm gonna turn my camera off, I'm gonna eat some food, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'm gonna do all that stuff. I'm gonna leave you here with some tunes, I'll turn them up for you. And when I'm back, oh, it's so moody. Today we build, wait, I gotta do it this way because it's like inverse, the lights on top. Today we shall build a keyboard. Excellent. Cheers. See you soon. Oh, appreciate your patience. I haven't streamed for this long before, and with the issues we had first thing this morning, pushing me over the lunch break, needed to have a break. But also, I fear that this light is going to die. Have I seen these Artesians? Death Scout. Oh. You what? Yeah, okay. Rip my wallet. Oh, thanks for the follow, Laser26. You get a heart, everybody gets one. That's why the sub badge is a heartisan. I like this. I like this a lot. Tiny shiny crumb. Shout out to Tiny Shiny Crumb, best stream moderator going around. This is cool. I like these. MX. White. Add to keyboard. Enter credit card details. Doop 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 doop. Yeah, I think Ayamaru was saying a bunch of stuff right when I went on break. Thanks for dropping in and hosting. I noticed you hosted pretty much as I went on a break, so, you know, as is always the case, unfortunate timing. I'm gonna buy those later. Good spotting laneware. Yet another rip my wallet moment. You grabbed a white and grey? Nice. Okay. Where are we up to? We've got all these diodes to do. I wanted to touch these up, but in the interest of building the keyboard and getting that done, I'm going to keep going, and I can do touch-up work on my own time. Oh, I didn't hit transition, so the website sting is still there. My bad. I have no pet cam right now because the pet cam is just my phone running over Wi-Fi, and it drains the crap out of my battery. So pet cam will return once the battery is charged. Back to front. I'm curious to know how many people got the P01 versus the P02s, the Mysterium versus the Discipline Protozoa. I would imagine, given the popularity of 65%, that the P02 won out. Probably have to re-wet my sponge, actually. Yes, I do. I'm gonna go do that. BRB with a wet sponge. I need to get a magnet so that I can pick up diode legs just in one big go. Oh, thank you for the follow, Trio Blitz. You get a heart, everybody gets one. How would people feel about more keyboard sketch comedy like Glasses, the YouTube content creator? Little known fact, fun fact, I went to an acting college. I was in musicals. Believe it or not. And I do like making YouTube content. I was led to believe there was extra diodes. That seems to not be the case, and I'll have to do some more diode leg bending. Oh my god. I thought chat was super duper quiet, and I was sitting here just like minding my own business. Just, you know, patiently, quietly. Anyway, the point of this story is I'd scrolled up and my chat had frozen. Give me a second. Alright, cool. So, something dark side. Emaru's back. Hey man. You're welcome, guys. Gotta eat. Yeah, I know, right? Had to have a lunch break. Thanks for the follow, Iwanu. Hopefully I didn't miss that. Yes, the PCB does look beautiful, Amaru. I am Maru. The overhead camera that I'm using is an SL3, a Canon Rebel SL3, aka a 250D Mark II, depending on, or a 200D Mark II. Okay, it's got like 4 different names. It's so hard to keep track of. I got it because it was on sale like right at the start of the pandemic before all the camera craziness, brouhaha. In hindsight, I would probably get a mirrorless, like an A7000, A6000, something. But it was a good price. And I didn't have to get it secondhand, which normally I would buy something like that secondhand. Ah, you like the NIN 1800, Big Earn? Thank you very much. Good night, Laser26. I'll post the VOD on the Discord as soon as it's done. Ah, thanks for following Trio Blitz. I totally missed it while I was talking. Is the sound not coming through for that? No, it is coming through. Okay. Probably had the volume down on it too low. I didn't? Ha ha ha, excellent. There were so many today. It's been such a long stream. They've all blended into heart hands. Just infinite heart hands. Split space Southpaw Mini 800 forever. Yeah, nice. Yeah, after using the Romeo for a while, I do really like split spacebar. Has its uses, but I feel like it would be nice if I wasn't necessarily, this is going to sound so weird, it'd be nice if I wasn't necessarily forced to rely on layers all the time. Like, it would be nice if the keyboard was compact, had a split spacebar, and sort of like promoted the use of layers for things like symbols and stuff when coding, but didn't necessarily stop me from using the keyboard for gaming at a decently competitive level, which is how I found my Romeo kind of gets in the way, not having a number row. So I felt like with the NIN 1800, kind of wanted to have a design that didn't necessarily have a number row, but an F row, or at least like some half a unit separation between the top of the alphas and the numbers. And so the NIN 1800 is basically that, right? Just separates the number row out into something that emulates kind of like a function row separation. And so that small extra distance is barely noticeable, at least for me with my spider fingers. So I feel like you can still game on the NIN 1800 decently, easily. If I flip it, it'll probably walk towards me instead of away from me. Let's go bottom. Hey, Kiwi Kang, how's it going? Sorry you can't stay up, El Planta Calaca. Pushing the Boba Fett set? Yes. Yes, I am. Once this is all built, it will go on with the Baby Yoda. My battle station will be complete. Your puny rebel alliance will not be able to stand the force of my protozoa. I've just big brain upgraded my technique. I realized if I clip from the bottom, they'll fall away, and I won't have to worry about them catching on each other and flipping the board over. Yeah, the solders are tacked in, which is like I guess a welding term. I've just tapped in some solder on the top side, and then that way there's no solder exposed on the bottom, so you can clip the legs really close to the pads. And that way, when you solder everything, you get a really nice, clean finish. It's only on the underside, so it's not a big deal. It's just something that I got into the habit of doing because the Romeo and the Discipline and the Disci pad that I built are all exposed to the middle. No, I forgot to pause rewards because I need to get through this build. Save your points. Save it for another stream. Maybe that's a good idea. I added it, and then the first time it ever got used was my brother, and he used it to make me sing Spice Girls. Ooh. I have questioned whether to keep it ever since. All right, so I'll do some cleanup after the stream to get it to that showroom quality that I was hoping for. I'm not going to sit here and subdue you to that level of meticulousness. Wow. Yeah, I haven't done much in 5 hours, have I? I did a lot of talking, a lot of looking at Instagrams and things, talking about giveaways. There are 4 giveaways, by the way, running desk mats, switches, coal crabber artisan, and a custom cable. Make sure you get in on those. Trying to decide what I want to do next. Unmarked, I believe that's the 22. 5.1. So 10K. There's 2 1.5Ks, but with the white LED, there's a 22 that you get to replace that with. So I've got the 1.5K here with a spare, 2 75s, 2 5.1s, the 22, and the 10K. Xenia 3.6 volts. I think these are the C1s. C1, C2, 22Ps. Thankfully, I have a Disi pad I can check. Yes. So these are the 22s. Crystal. Yeah, it is really long. I had to take a break. Had to do some things, but we will get it done. It's like building Lego. I find myself like wanting to like keep things organized in a way where I'm like, okay, cool. Now I'm going to bring them from the top down into the board. Right after I refresh my beverage. It's also because I keep taking breaks like that. Give me a second, I'll grab a new drink, and then we'll smash all these into the PCB. Microcontroller. Yeah, slow and steady, right? I'm trying, like I've been anticipating this for months. Months and months and months. This go away tracking box. Months and months and months. So for me, this is like lots of anticipation building up towards having this board together and on my desk. Yes. Thankfully, VODs and highlights exist, so I'll be clipping it all together. Give me a minute, I'll grab a drink and be right back. All right. Thanks for the follow, Tale of Leaves. You get a heart, everybody gets one. I should just mute my mic like that, like I did in the middle of me talking. All right. Coughing over. I'm going to mute myself and eat fantails, and that way I'll work. Less inclined to interact. One piece of advice I can give you is not to throw all the components in at once and then go to town soldering, because you're going to have a bad time. All the legs and stuff will overlap and you'll end up soldering them together. You'll have a really hard time like clipping them all. It's just better to just go one thing at a time. And of course the camera goes out while I'm in the middle of doing a join. Unless you're doing surface mount, you're going to put it in an oven. I have been thinking about when I have a house and not an apartment, aka or REIE, when I have a workshop, what I would like to do is build a DIY or buy an oven so that I can do things with solder masks, and then I can start having PCBs manufactured and do solder mask soldering of SMD components. Produce some keybs in-house potentially. You're building a DIY oven. Nice, very nice, T-Zark. Ah, the through holes are further away. Huh. Yeah, lubing takes a really long time. Hey, Licky. I think people underestimate just how much time it actually does take. Let's see if that's even close. I bet that's way off. Ah, thanks for the follow. Hawk's Instinct. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Alright, so what I'm doing at the moment, this fiddly thing that I'm dealing with, is the resistors have the through holes aren't like butted up against the sides of the component. And when I bent the legs, I bent them in an awkward spot. So I've got these mangled legs that I'm living with. It's funny. I have a mangled leg in real life. And so, just trying to figure out where the right bend point is to get them to go through cleanly. What are you building, T-Zark? Proto? Hmm. Oh, yeah, cool. I do like ergo boards. Is that gonna have a joystick? No, that'd be a microcontroller. It almost looked like it's gonna have joysticks. Oh, it is gonna have joysticks? Oh my god. How long have I been in the hobby for? Well, if you're counting like owning mechanical keyboards from like gaming days and stuff, a very, very long time. I am older than I seem. Stay a while and listen. Ah, the Herodric Cube. I've been building customs for 2.5 years. I'm being pedantic. I want all the components to be like in line with each other. Do I feel like the tech in custom mechs have improved tremendously over the past year? Tremendously? I would say that the bar that has been set for entry-level keyboards has grown tremendously. What you would have picked up for a couple of hundred AUD, even USD, not that long ago, a year and a half ago, a year ago, would have been something tray mount, just a solid milled block of aluminium, nothing fancy, no weights, anything like that, no relief cutouts in the plate or anything like this. I think what you'll start to see probably enter into, oh no, which one? It was the 5.1s, yeah. That's why I'm doing it in order, so that you don't forget. I think that entry-level keyboards, you'll start to see KBD fans and even competitors locally, like Switch Keys and stuff, start to produce, and Rama as well, start to produce in stock, easily manufacturable keyboards that have sandwich mounting or top mounting, which is just a better construction than tray mounting. I think tray mounting was an interesting solution to making common keyboards like the An Pro, the Vortex keyboards, and their clones customizable, and it sort of like it helped kick off the kick off a lot of the recent influx of interest in the keyboard scene. Was people on YouTube customizing their An Pros and their Pokers. People didn't even know that they could have a 60% keyboard, let alone customize the switches or customize anything like the keycaps and stuff. I think Teo Types and a couple other people have said before that we've seen exponential year-on-year growth. So someone quoted the other day, I can't remember who it was, it might have been Random Frank P or someone, or was it, I can't remember. No, that's right, it was Space Cables on Instagram did a Q&A, an AMA, and they said, the question was, where do you see custom keyboards in the coming years? And their response was, I see the potential for custom mech keyboards to outpace custom keyboards themselves and other custom peripherals like mice. And I think that because a PC is something that will be replaced within a couple of years, people are not as... It's funny because it's a weird proposition to say to someone, are you keen to spend $1,500 on a computer now that will play well for 2 to 3 years, but then be outpaced and games will start to become sluggish again, or new monitor technology will becomes so desirable and advantageous to have that your PC can't perform like 4K 100 FPS, for example. But with a keyboard, once you've built your endgame, or the closest thing you can get to it, once you've built something custom that's yours, it doesn't matter what PC you're sitting in front of, that's your keyboard. So you add the ability to program it to have magic swapping keys. So for example, you can swap your command or your control and alt and stuff between operating systems. Programmability plus personalization, it's the ultimate, I don't know if effigy is the right word. It's a vehicle for self-expression in an age dominated by technology where most of us millennials and younger find ourselves living technologically centric or centered lives. And so a custom keyboard is your way of representing your identity or a part of your identity with a piece of functional technology that enables you to interact with the rest of the world. Even if people can't see it or feel it or hear it, a really high-end custom keyboard that adheres to as many aspects of what you desire in a piece of art. Yeah, I think that, to me, that's what it represents. It's a conduit for your personality into the technological age. Plus with GMK, you can make things fancy. I'm loving the new soundboard. Probably going to play with it a little bit too much. All right, cool. So enough about diatribes about the philosophy behind custom mechanical keyboards. Let's continue with the cool melting metal and things. Yeah, I think that, oh, that's right. We were talking about the keyboard scene growing, and then I got onto this long diatribe about the meaning of life, man. I think the keyboard's like a conduit of the soul into the technological era, man. Like, millennials get it, dude, but I just don't think you'd understand if you were born before 1985, man. Yes, so what we were talking about was keyboards and the keyboard scene growing and stuff like that. I think that I would agree with Space Cable's sentiment about... I think that the custom mechanical keyboard scene has the potential to grow and outpace custom PCs as an industry in terms of possibly revenue. I think that that's mostly true because if you... Let me know if the mic is too loud, by the way, because I was looking at the meter and noticing that I wasn't in the yellow, and being in the yellow is where you should be. So it's loud on my headphones, but it should be bang on for you, for y'all. What I was trying to say was that things like VIA, I feel, the popularization of hot swap RGB keyboards and VIA enables the mass market who aren't even interested in, which is fine, not to be interested in the electronics side of things. For the vast majority of people who are not interested in the electronics, I think that that's what really opened the door for people to be able to look at custom mechanical keyboards as something they could do themselves. I mean, if you don't know how to build a PC, then you should give it a try. But for those of us, probably most of us in the chat who do know how to build a PC, man, this song is like super like cute and stuff, which is nice, but not right now, please. For those of us who know how to build a custom PC, it's almost like Lego. Like once you know where the components are supposed to go, what they do, at least basically what they do. Yeah, I literally, on my break when I was eating lunch, when y'all were like sitting here waiting for me, I was sitting over there on my couch, eating a pie, and watching the Digital Foundry video. And the new 3000 series cards look amazing. Digital Foundry are like the new trusted source for all things gaming and video audio tech. Okie dokie dokie. Xenias are in, doing our resistors. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, posture check. Oh, thank you. You can't see me. I've got the face cam off because it's distracting, helps me concentrate, and I'm trying to get through all of this. But I did fix my posture. Thank you very much. Okie dokie, let's clip these legs. Oh, so many legs to clip. I tell you what, I'm glad that I did the Discipad, the Romeo, the other Discipad, the Discipline, and I'm doing another Discipline because I got lots of experience doing this now. But I tell you what, I'd be happy not to do another one for a while. I say this, and I'm going to build another one of these later in the year. The reasoning, so it's probably not as important. I would say that it's not as important to do the method mech fix and chill where I solder from the top and then clip the legs and then solder again from the bottom. The reason that I do it is because on other things like the Romeo or the Discipad where you can actually see into the side and see in through the back, because I go to meetups and stuff and I bring the boards with me, I want them to look as nice as possible. And so if you tack or just give a short quick bond from the top, you're able to flip it over, clip all the legs as close as possible, and you end up with a really nice, neat I wonder if it'll let me focus here. So I'll clean the flux off later, but you get these nice consistent bonds and you don't end up with like legs sticking out everywhere. Yes, licky lips. Can you not push start manual cars anymore? I might need to get a different tip for some of these smaller ones. There we go. Yeah, the TS100 is really nice. You can get, I think you can get like silicon sheaths and stuff like that to make it a little bit easier to grab. I'd recommend, I got it because I had a laptop power supply handy and from an old Toshiba, and I was able to just hijack it and use that to power it. And I was like, oh, cool, that way I won't have to buy some, you know, external power source. It's funny because I have actually bought a power converter since, but the thing that I'm trying to say is I would recommend making sure that you get a high quality power lead that has a good silicon shroud sheathing, because you want it to be flexible. Otherwise you're going to be like my wrist at the moment from doing all these is a little bit tired. So a good soldering iron with a good grip and a good silicon power lead go a long way if you're doing this kind of thing, which I bought mine originally as a hobbyist, but now that I've been doing commissions and stuff, I'm finding myself needing to upgrade some of these things. So potentially what I was thinking is I might actually upgrade some of my stuff and then do giveaways on all of my original kit. Maybe just do like a starter kit, all my soldering gear. Yes, my DIY fan and everything. Cool, so resistors are in. We've got microcontroller, crystal, a couple more resistors, capacitor, LED, the fuse, jumpers, reset and boot. So let's go ahead. Let's do the crystal first. Because I don't think there's anything lower profile than that, actually. I'll do the fuse, because the fuse gets bent. Yeah, soldering isn't too scary. I think that it helps to practice on some things that you don't care about first. But once you've done it, you're like, oh, it's actually not that hard. And you kind of like, I tell you, I started by making drones, and I found myself just kind of going, bugger it, I'll just build it, you know, I'll tinker with it, I'll fly it, I'll buy like a already built one and I'll fly it. And when it crashes and breaks, then I'll figure out how to fix it, because then at that point it's already broken. I've already gotten fun out of it. Worst case scenario, I'll make it worse, and oh well, like, lesson learned. Better to do that than be afraid. I did that. Murdered my first drone. Second one, I repaired it 4 or 5 times. Every time it came good. I even added upgrades, added capacitors and stuff, because I started to learn, oh, the video signal has XYZ interference problems, and if I use capacitors here and here, then I get a cleaner power signal, which will reduce the noise on the video line. Yeah, so, like, I always wanted to get into electronics, was always tinkering, was always doing weird things like swapping the cartridge on our NES games so that you'd put in, like, Mario Brothers and you'd get the Simpsons game. Where was I? But yeah, so I would do weird things like change the cartridges over and stuff like that, rip speakers apart and wire the speakers in backwards so that it was like acted like a microphone. And then drones came along, and I started with drones. So you get yourself like a TS100, get yourself a cheap drone, fly the drone around, or get yourself a macro pad. Like a Disi pad is an awesome beginner kit. It's challenging enough that you'll have to learn how to use things like flux and different techniques and why different tips are good for different things. It's cheap, they're readily available. Yeah, highly recommend getting yourself a Disi pad. Yeah, cheap soldering irons are okay. You just want to make sure that you get one that's temperature controllable. You want to be able to control the temperature, otherwise you're like really at risk of cooking things if you just rely on just what's coming out of the wall of your house. Like, to the point where it's dangerous, and I don't recommend it. I've had, I bought a cheap desoldering gun, and it literally melted in my hands. Like, it fell in half in my hands, and I was like, whoa, imagine if that melted into my hand. The travesty. These hands were made for guitaring, and gaming, and coding. Yeah, I wouldn't think that, like, the power coming out of the wall is not gonna, like, obliterate anything that you use. I'm just saying that, like, be careful. You get something that's, temperature controlled and that has good reviews. Yeah, desoldering is definitely, it's a challenge. Get yourself a good solder sucker like a SSO2 engineer. Ooh, that's right. We're at, okay. I just remembered we don't have the advantage of being able to tack it from the top, so Trying something different. So, in the past when I've done the crystal on these things, I've always, because you can't get it from the top, I haven't been able to do the technique that I normally do. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work like that. So, I've just clipped the legs. And I'm doing the sacrilegious thing of putting solder on the tip, and then while the flux is still there, letting it bond to the legs of the crystal. That way it'll hold it in there because I clipped the legs early. There you go. Booyah. An OEM 1800 board to desolder? Nice. Because you hate yourself. I didn't see the end of that message. No, that's not nice. That's not nice at all. Don't say these things to yourself, friend. But yeah, get yourself a cheap secondhand board that you can desolder, pull apart, make mistakes on. This is why I highly recommend people pick themselves up one of those like cheap AliExpress, KP Republic, and Pro 60% tray mounts. I mean, the way this community works, the way this hobby works, you could pretty much easily resell anything as long as it's not absolute garbage and it works. So get yourself a cheap board, learn with it. If all goes well, use it for a while, move it on to someone who doesn't have the funds or the time or the means or the energy to expend to build their own custom. I've got two references here. If I remember correctly, the long leg is the negative. If the long leg is negative, it should go through black, right? Yeah. I think that, to answer your question, Laneware, I think that personally, boards should come in both offerings, if possible. I think that I think that it would be silly to disregard hot swap as being a viable option for a premium keyboard, because that would, in a way, be like dismissing a massive portion of the community who need VIA and hot swap because they just don't have the time or energy to learn, or the inclination to learn. Long leg is positive, short leg is negative. So on my Romeo and my DisiPad, it's slightly different. On the Romeo, the white is towards the label. On the DisiPad, the white is away from the label. I can't see the circle underneath. I mean, I could look at the traces and then just figure it out, but on the Romeo, the white points towards the light. Yeah, mech flex and chill. Like I personally would prefer a soldered board, but I think that hot swap has its place as something that we need to accommodate for a massive portion of the community. And this is why you should not be too hasty. All right, cool. So it's white north, black south. We have the short leg on the white side. Now, it's a square on the black side. So square is negative, and you're saying the short leg is negative? This capacitors is always the thing that trips me up. So if you're saying the short leg is negative, then the white side of the capacitor is on the black half of the capacitor. So you can see, I'll show you. So we have the capacitor position. If you can see, it's a square on the bottom and a circle on the top. That's how you know the square is negative. So you have the short leg and the long leg on the capacitor. The short leg is negative, so the long leg goes through the white and the short leg goes through the black, contrary to what is on the capacitor. So the white of the capacitor does not face the white direction. The white of the capacitor, in fact, at least in this case, faces the black. T-Zark, backwards. Polarity band indicating negative. The line. Oh, you mean the white line here? The white strip? Oh, thanks for following Erected Zebra. Appreciate you. If you're talking about the white strip as being the negative, then the negative pad is the square here, which means that the white of the capacitor faces the black circle on the silk screen. And that would mean the short leg is the negative, so the short leg goes through the square via. And you go. Square pads denote what pin 1. I always thought that square denoted negative, but I guess that would be in a 2-pin scenario. You have negative and a positive, then pin 1 is negative. Because you have, like, for example, you've got, you have all of the resistors, and because they have no negative side, right, you can put the resistor in either way, and so they're all circles. Right? So if what you're saying is true, that pin 1 is square, why do the resistors not have square? And that's why if you look at the microcontroller unit, right, you've got one square and everything else is a positive. So I didn't think of it as being pin 1. I thought of it as being, these are all positives and this is your earth. Rather than being like connection 1, I thought this would be your earth, right? Which would make sense because then these are all your earths, these are all your earths, but resistors don't have an earth, they don't have a negative side. Because for things like, for all of the resistors, they've only got circles. For the crystal, it's only got circles. For basically anything without a positive or negative flow, there's only circles. So I'm curious to know, I'm going to do some reading, some fact finding. So I'm curious to know if the square denotes pin 1 or if it denotes negative. I would think that it's negative because if you look at all these traces flow back here. But I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I am curious to know the facts. Is the square positive? Oh, now we're in a hot debate scenario now, aren't we? Because the negative side of the diode goes to the square. The negative side... Oh, that would actually make a lot of sense, right? Because the positive flow. You are right. You could very well be right, my friend. Someone should Google and double check. Forget negative positive? Yeah, you're right. Forget negative positive. Someone should Google and double check the polarity of the capacitor to make sure that I haven't balked it, because that one's the different way around. This one's a different way around to the other one. So I am curious to know. I'm curious to know if this particular board has it flipped, or if I actually put this one in the wrong way. Ah, that's the Mysterium build guide photo. Do 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 do. With the white facing up. Ah, rage. Yeah, I thought that was the case. It's confusing to me. I'll close this. So basically flip this capacitor so that I've got to get positive negative out of my head so that the white bar, the white band, is facing north towards the LED. All right, so get the solder wick back. And some flux. Where's my flux? And this is why you should always measure once, cut... Wait, measure twice, cut once. Durr. Might have to use the solder sucker after all. You can hear my dog in the background going nuts. Alright, so just confirming before we do go all the way through. Flipping this so that the white band is facing north. Damn it, I knew that was the case, and I doubted myself. This is going to be challenging. Desoldering very small through holes is a massive pain. It's also dangerous because you don't want to overheat your pads and cook everything. So let's see if we can get this capacitor out now. Ah, what a painful situation I have put myself into. Pull from the other side without wick, make it molten. Cool. I'll let it cool down with my finger as a heatsink. It's always good that you see stuff like this happen, I suppose, because if you just watch streams where everything goes right all the time, when will you ever see people make mistakes? We all make them. Alright, cool, so... Alright. I don't want to like grip it with anything with too much force other than my fingers. So, if I get at it with the right angle, I can get both at the same time. But I've got to give it breaks in between. Oh my god, my dog is going nuts. We're almost free. I think there's just a little bit of solder that's just holding it on and refuses to let go. Yeah, desoldering these tiny little vias sucks. Jesus. Give me 2 seconds while I sort out my animals. Alright. Back to the dilemma. Removing this capacitor. It also occurs to me that I'm going to have to deal with getting it back in. One leg is free. This one is the one that refuses to cooperate. Yes. Oh no, the legs. Lucky I have spare capacitors. But now I have the dilemma of having to get the legs out. Also, I'm going to need gloves. So we have a capacitor with uno Lego. So when you do this, make sure you put the capacitor in the right way because they are very hard to remove. Sans gloves especially. Can you grab? Grab out some spare parts. Yes, the Romeo does, right there. Alright, so... Poor capacitor. Now the dilemma of removing this leg. Well, I don't have to be delicate with the leg anymore. But I do have to be delicate with the PCB, so... go. Oh. Lost my grip. I believe I might even have to get pliers. Yeah. Yes, I will. Alright, so look on in horror as I remove this pin leg. G'day, Curious Yellow, how you doing? It's made from such soft metal that it doesn't want to actually come out, so... If you're wondering what I'm doing, we had a capacitor drop a leg while trying to remove it, and I am trying as delicately as possible to remove that leg from the PCB without throwing the PCB across the room. Man. Might even be an idea. Bring out the old gloves. Yeah, it's the cap. The capacitor has dropped one of the pins, and so it's quite challenging to get it out. Yeah, the big capacitor, yeah. Yes! Victory. Alright. So. Now we have the capacitor out. Pads are still intact. Yes, orienting wrong because I was in the middle of a diatribe and talking, and I had the disipad and the Romeo in front of me, and the disipad has the inverted capacitor orientation, and I was looking at the disipad and going doot, 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 and putting it in. All good though. My error. So, back to where we were up to. the white band faces the white circle. Now the problem we're going to have is I'm going to have to clear the solder out. Thankfully, without the pin leg in there, it should be a little bit easier. Yeah, definitely needing to use flux with that one. That's what I was having to use before we had this problem in the first place. Probably gonna have to use the wick as well. The solder sucker, unfortunately, has a hard time when it comes to very small through-hole vias. Ah, thank you. Yeah, they're, it's been a very slow stream because I've been patiently taking my time. All right, so you know what I probably could do? Oh, that's an idea. I wonder, this is probably something people have done before. Another use for diode legs. Could I push a diode leg through the underside while heating the other side and get the solder to flow through without burning my finger? No, apparently not. Damn, I was hoping I'd just like discovered some cool way of clearing the, use a rag to hold it. I've got gloves, I'll probably just use my gloves. All right, so what have we got? Does not want to. Just melt it and bang the PCB on the desk to remove it. You know what? The amount of times that I've been surprised by advice on streams like that, I think you're probably bang on, but I'm gonna try not to do that just yet. I do have a solder sucker, it's just with these small through holes it becomes quite a challenge. So usually what you do, which is what I'm about to do now, is you would reflow the joins. So what I'm going to do is actually add solder. And then when I use the solder sucker, hopefully the extra solder that I've used there will transfer the heat through. It'll all molten and then I can pop it out. This is what I call a pro gamer move. Yeah, these small through holes, they really do make this whole process a lot more painful. Back to square one. Need a second camera, like a zoomy close-up camera. All right, so man, what's with the solder socket today? Not wanting to get suction. Yeah, I can probably flick the camera over one setting. There you go. A little bit brighter. Yeah, the sun is starting to go away because it is... Jesus, it's 5:30. Oh man, the dilemma. Yeah, this thing still has suction, so why is it not getting... Alright, I'll let that cool off. Yeah, I used the flux before. Bit of flux, bit of solder wick, bit of the solder sucker, bit of reflow. All the techniques that you would expect to try. Shy of smacking the PCB on the table. Yeah, it's like I can get rid of the excess, but the actual that's why I was saying if I was able to get it to go molten, because it can go molten with the soldering iron alone, but with the wick as well, it like absorbs too much heat and disperses too quickly. Add the flux, that helps, but it doesn't want to like leave the via. It's too the flux almost makes it more cohesive with the via than with the solder wick. Now, if I could use a leg. I thought what I was trying to do before, what I thought I might be able to do is push a leg through while heating it from the other side and get it to like drag the solder out with it and then just pull the pin, as it were. But that didn't want to work. Probably because the solder on the inside of the via is the problem. It doesn't want to doesn't actually want to go molten. Yeah, the flux on the outside is happy to burn. Solder on the outside is happy to go molten, but the solder on the inside doesn't want to do it. Yeah, I guess I'll go higher. I'll just have to be more careful. Because I was reflowing as well, and usually reflowing saves you from having to do ridiculously high temps. Okie dokie. Yeah, there's definitely enough in there. I don't have to reflow anymore. Heat from one side, use the sucker on the other. Yeah, not a bad idea. 1 second. Tell you what, Hales, you want to use those extra hands, those helping hands, and just hold either side of the PCB, but keep your hands away from the soldering iron. I'm just going to pass the iron under your hand. Be careful. All right, oh, here we go. So, these ones here, these ones there. Ah, oh, my hand was over the solder socket, god damn it. It does not want to go molten. I'll have to probably do it from the other direction. How's that? Now we're getting really hectic. No, keep that. Yeah, keep that. You might be onto something. That might be clear. Well, it's definitely moved through the other side, which was something that was quite difficult before. Do you want to hold it again? Now we're getting somewhere. All right, do the other one. All right, cool. So the flux, not the flux, the solder, you can let go of that now. Thank you for your assistance. So the solder has come out now to one side, which means I should be able to use the solder wick. And hopefully it won't retreat. That was a good idea. Was that yours, Failcake? Yeah, good idea. Thanks for that. Let's see if we can now get it to go to the solder wick. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're making progress. So I've cleared one. Excellente. I like very much. I'm no longer trapped in a glass case of emotion. So the negative one goes through. Is that gap big enough for the other leg? No, it's not. Urgh. All right, cool. So we've got one clear. One is better than none. How are we gonna do it now? So it's inside. We could... Having dexterous hands is helpful. Excellent. It's slowly migrating to where I need it to be to actually use the solder wick to get it out. But that one just does not want to clear. Life hacks. Damn. I thought I could get away with getting it molten and then... No, the solder sucker is clean. I only just recently actually fixed it up. All right, well... Let me ponder it out. I do worry that we will go too far. I've got it. Put the capacitor through the back. No. All right, let's try this one more time, Hales. If you could hold the PCB for me. All right, so we want to go to the top one. All right, cool. Tell you what, let's do the other trick. That's what I mean. It just doesn't want to. I'm watching your hand, by the way. It does not want to go molten. Oh, we're doing dangerous things. Is that the dog? The dog's like banging her toys against the cabinet. Human PCB vice activate. Yes, correct. Well, I'll tell you what. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to clear that via. I had hoped that maybe I could do a little backyard job and get the capacitor to seat just by heating it up, but doesn't want to do that either. Asia-friendly stream. I've been streaming literally all day. I had breaks, I had internet issues, I had capacitor dramas. Connect the capacitor and fold it down. As in just like, doot, doot, just solder it and then fold it down. Yeah, I could do that, but yeah, and I suppose like other PCBs, I could do another one. Like I could just get through this one. But I feel like that's doing it a disservice. Cut it off, shorten the legs. You know what? You're starting to read my mind. Clip the legs, hold it against it, solder it. Bingo bongo. No, it's definitely not your fault. I was deep in conversation talking about keyboard philosophy, and I put in the capacitor back to front, and then we had some dramas getting it out. It dropped a pin and had to get it back out, fished it out. Tiny through-hole vias are challenging to desolder because the solder just loves to stick to the via itself. So what we're down to now thinking about doing is clipping the legs on the replacement capacitor down and then just holding it, soldering it. All right, cool. Problem solved. There we go. Let's progress onwards. Imagine if I put the cap in the wrong way. Actually, microwave, question. Oh my god, imagine if we did all this and it turns out that on this PCB it was reversed. You didn't reverse the capacitor on the PCB, right? So white faces upwards, right? Because it would be hilarious if I just sat here for however long I've been trying to fix this. But before I solder this in, you tell me now. The white band on the capacitor should be pointing north or south? Good, it's not reversed, which means that it's like the diagrams, which means the white band points north. All right, cool, sweet. Let's go. Ah, flux. So good. I'm going to clean this up now because it's a bit filthy. I'm so pedantic, I can't believe I'm cleaning the PCB of flux. Well, I mean, actually, no, that's important because flux is a corrosive agent. All right, cool. Let's just double check. I am cautious of a capacitor with a bridge, and I don't like how much extra solder there is there. Like, why? Why would you stuff with it now? You've gone so far. No. Let me clean up. Let's see if the camera can see it. There's a gap. Tiny, tiny little gap. You gotta be careful with those really close through holes. All right, cool. What else? What a long stream. I definitely took it patiently. Microwave with the LED, long leg. Long leg through the square? Short leg through the square. With the LED. Well, in general. I'll come back to it. You answer that when you realize I've asked you a question. Microwave, when you hear it, if you can hear it, which direction for the LED? Square, positive versus negative, square versus circle, or long leg or short leg? Long leg in the square, right? Or is it the short leg? It's like forgetting your left and rights. I feel like I do that too often. Oh, that's right. Flat side to the square, right? Yeah, damn, resistor packaging. Ah, that subscription I think comes from YouTube, not from Twitch. But thank you all the same. Not to demean you subscribing to me on YouTube. I appreciate you. Expect sketch comedy on that YouTube account. Potentially. Maybe. Yes. No. Yes. One second. I was zoomed in. Ugh. This is why the zooming is almost dangerous to do. Oh no, I'm still gonna do that. Take it easy, microwave. Thanks for sticking it out so long. I will get this done and post you the VOD. I'm gonna need to stop and clean up my desk at some point. We're getting there. Flat side towards the square. I'll have to clim that, trim clip that further. Nice. All right, so reset buttons. Ah, Luke Mizio, hey man, didn't notice you were in chat there. Really like the stuff you're putting out on Instagram, I must say. Alright, cool. Reset switches. USB-C, microcontroller, headers, switches, stabs, case, done. All right, cool. So once you've put the USB-C in, the technique that you have to use for it is interesting. I highly suggest, I almost say that you have to have flux. Because flux is going to coerce the solder into the vias and not to cause bridges. You probably want something smaller than a 1 mil solder reel as well, but you make do with what you've got. Sorry, I didn't see what you said in chat. Give me a second and I can fix it up. I will also be building another one of these in a discipline soon too, so there'll be opportunities. Sorry, had a bridge I was just fixing. Give me a second. Hey Laneware, welcome back. Now I'll clean away the gook, the gunk, so you can see, but I'll have to do it again anyway. So, let me clear some, I feel like I need to clear my space. So, these tiny little holes here, you can see on the camera that there's gaps between them, but there's two on the end here that are joined together. You can just see that there's no gap between them, but the rest are all clear. Maybe even the top right ones here have a bridge as well. So the way that you normally do this technique is you would cover it in flux. Not like ridiculous amounts, but a healthy amount. You would start your solder join and basically run across with the solder feeding onto the tip as you go. The problem with having like 1 mil solder reel is you flow too much. It's also really hard to see with like the reflection and the glare and stuff like that. I can't quite get the zoom in close enough for you to see. Oop. Like, your head was over it the whole time. Probably, if I was like that. It's hard when you're trying to see something this tiny while also giving people view on your camera. But usually, the way that you would do this is put the flux on, grab your solder, grab your tip, grab your iron, start the join. Flux is already on there. Start the join and then run across like this, across like that. Quite, not like crazy fast, but with a little bit more speed than you would do just doing single through holes, because you're not going bang, bang, bang. You're going basically putting the iron and the solder together and then running it across. And the flux will hopefully promote the solder from not bridging and from going into each via. But obviously when you have a lot more solder than you need, like what I've got here, the tendency is for there to end up with excess and you end up with bridges. So the solution to a bridge on a connection like this is just to grab your solder wick out and remove the excess. All right, so now let's see how close I can get it to the camera. Now you can see there's no bridges. And there's solder in all of the holes, so can give it a little tidy up. And there goes the light, so I'll have to do the battery, and I'll take an opportunity to replenish the drink and all that kind of stuff. USB-C is done. Oh God, where do I put my thing now? USB-C is done, light's done, capacitor's done. Microcontroller. Give me a minute, we'll come back. I'll grab a drink, come back, do all this stuff. And then it's stab switches and keyboard. We're getting close. I muted myself early. We're getting close. And yes, it is isopropyl, 99%. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Porcupine Train. All right. So, microcontroller. With the semicircle on the microcontroller socket lining up with the semicircle. Words escape me. With the semicircle on the silk screen. As per the guide, you don't want to solder the microcontroller in while in the socket. That's bad. That's very bad. Cool, microcontroller flush. Let's change the track, this song. What about this one? How's the camera now? Is it bright enough for you all? Best mouses for work, Logitech MX Master 3. That is my recommendation. Those are some healthy looking joins. Wish the camera would give me some better focus. Definitely, I'm thinking lenses. Lenses. All right, what do we got left? Just the... headers. I'm using a 200D Mark II, aka the 250D, aka the Rebel SL3. Actually, you know what? I'll do that in a second after I've done the headers. Now, I'm probably going to clip those. It is usually nice to see the person speaking. Why, hello there. I turned the face cam off earlier because things got hectic. I had to deal with some issues in the on the PCB, not with the PCB, with something that I did. So I had the face cam off while I was nervously dealing with that. Cool, so everything seems to be in order. Headers, I can clip those now. Oh no. That's the downside of having like the always listen to my mic thing turned on when I'm muted. I don't realize. My apologies. I was just saying that everything seems to be good. Potentially might need to reflow some of these, but we'll see. I'm hoping that we're good to go. I'm just inspecting things because I want to make sure that there aren't any obvious bridges. Like possibly here. Definitely there. Cool, all right. So, the moment of truth. I'll test it, and then if everything's all good, I'll clean up. Then we can do the stabs, throw the switches in, and we're good to go. Move my Romeo out of the way. Aww. Let me ponder for a moment. I could go through, well, yeah, all right. Gonna have to go through and reflow any joins that look incomplete because we have no power. So joins on this side look good, but things haven't flowed all the way through across the board. So it might just be a matter of things being underflowed. Close up on the crystal. This one. Let's reflow a couple of the ones that seem obvious. Orientation of the crystal is okay. If I remember correctly. I didn't think that the orientation of the... That's the crystal, right? The little silver oval shaped thing. I didn't think it had an orientation. Correct me if I'm wrong right now. So without any of the diodes, we should get light. we just wouldn't get, the switches wouldn't actuate. So the issue would have to be capacitor, resistors, crystal. So I guess we reflow those. Unless there is a short in the USB-C. Can't see because of my head. Classic. It's hard. The USB-C, you've got to like get your eyes right on it. All right, let's see. I think there is a bridge there. Yeah, the crystal, yeah, there's no orientation, thought so. Cool. All right, so I'll probably flip it around so my head's not over it, but I'm trying to remove the possibility of a bridge on the USB-C. Because I feel like there's a bridge there. Yeah, I swear that bridge. Now I'm certain of it. It's funny if it's one of those things where you see something and you're like, I swear it's there, but it's not really. No, it's definitely there. Right there. And the solder wick doesn't want to remove it. I've built so many of these. Ah, thank you for following your mum. I've built so many of these and haven't had issues. yeah, for some reason, there is a bridge here that is just refusing to separate. What a curious thing. You know what? You're starting to think like me, that's for sure. It's like bonded. These two pads are like bonded at a subatomic level. I'm borderline curious. I'm like, wait, am I forgetting? Is there part of the USB-C header that's supposed to be bridged? I'm like, no, I'm like 100% certain that it's not. Yeah, 100% certain that it's not. Why won't it leave? All right. Hey, Juju, how you doing, matey? Yeah, ambient back up finally, thankfully. It's been a long stream. We've had issues and issues, but we're persevering. And now, the latest drama is we have a bridge on the USB-C. And despite how much I reflow, desolder, etc., it just refuses to want to remove. I had it all the way back down to like the bare copper via, and it just does not want to leave. Tell me I'm crazy. Wow, are they actually? Imagine that. Imagine if it's redundant, it's not even important. Tell me I'm crazy. Thank you. So, here, on this side, this bridge here, I'm trying to like get you focus. That bridge, it refuses to unbridge. It's microscopic. Have a look, Laneware, if you don't mind, if you've got time. Let me know if those pins in particular are redundant. Hey, Palm. My Valorant buddy. Oh, this song always comes in. I just wish I could blacklist this particular song. Just not my jam. Hey, Plant. Yeah, we're trying to work on it right now, man. The USB-C. It's funny, I've built like 4 or 5 of these things, never had an issue. This one time, now it's bridged. Yeah, it would make sense if it's the 5-volt Juju because I plugged it in and got no bueno, no power. So I've got to try and figure out how to unbridge that. And then we're gold. Hopefully. Can't see it right? So... that's the USB-C. This is looking down at the keyboard, and it's the far left too. One of the other things needs reflowing anyway, so we should probably get around to doing that. We can come back to that one. There you go. It says power surge on the USB port. So I'm guessing that one is the problem, is the drama. No, this one is sandwich mounted. The plate is sandwich mounted between 2 halves. Get my multimeter. I can see a bridge though. Having a look at the image now. Right, so you're saying they're both ground? So if they're both ground, the problem wouldn't be there, the problem would be somewhere else. Because the 2 ground being connected shouldn't be a problem. All right, well. All right, cool. So, I am crazy. What next? So, we could go through and reflow some of the diodes and stuff. The resistors, sorry, not the diodes. So this column, these 2, these here. I'm fairly certain the resistors are all in the right spot. I was following that pretty meticulously. But it's possible that I didn't flow enough solder because I was being overly cautious. Oh, thanks for following Gravius. You get a heart, everyone gets one. Oh, I'm still zoomed in. No. Psh. All right, resistors look good. I gotta do the other ones. Actually, hold on. All right, so reflowed these ones. They've got solder showing through. The Xenias. Which one's the Xenias? These two. through-hole controllers? Can they only be seated when you... I believe so, yes. The silk screen usually has a marking with this little semicircle on it, and that's how you know what the orientation is. So that's fine. The resistors are all the correct ones, with the exception of this 1.5 has been replaced with a 22k resistor, which was planned beforehand, which is to give this light power. So that's, I potentially have to double check that that was done correctly, but otherwise the rest of them should all be fine. These ones are the right ones. I can confirm by looking at my other one. The 01U is the big ones, yep. And the 22P is the small ones, yep. Diodes shouldn't be a factor. None of these should be a factor. They've all flowed fine. Fuse. I mean, I can plug it in again. I've done all the resistors. We can... give it a go. Sad panda. What are you saying, Laneware? I have two 22k resistors connected to the USB-C. Only one, so this one down here is a 1.5k, and normally there's a spare resistor, normally there's an extra 1.5k one, which is the second from the top, but that second from the top one that I've used here is a 22k, which is for swapping to this white LED instead of the red one. Normally you have the red LED with the 1.5k there. So potentially that's what the issue is that I'm having. But did everything by the book as I was advised. I will double check my chatola though. Yep, 22k. So the unmarked 22k resistor went in there. Ah, thanks for the follow, Archie Parchy 1. You get a heart, everyone gets one. So what have we got? We could tell if the resistor that I have in there is a 22k by putting the probes from the multimeter on either side. Ah, yeah, sorry, now you're talking ohms. I'm not really sure about that. So there's no bridge in the capacitor. There's the bridge on the USB-C, but it's across the ground. There might be another tiny little bridge. I'll just try and clear that as well. Why not? Oh, I'm gonna mute my mic while that sounds. It didn't bug out that time, I think. When I plugged it in, it didn't say power surge on the USB. But I'm not getting light. Yeah, PCB done, Redizon, but unfortunately, as has been the trend for today, it does not want to play ball. So, what I'm thinking is, I can go through and test each resistor, make sure everything is working as expected. Two 22 ohm resistors. Oh yeah, these ones over here, man. So that's the ones over there. So this is a 22k resistor, which is for the LED light. This one over here has the two 22p, so they got the 0.1 U resistors and the two 22p right next to the crystal. Crystal doesn't have a specific orientation. That's all soldered in. I mean, I could hit them again and see. So I guess at this point, the thing that we need to do is figure out, given that there's no bridges, which everything looks good except for that one, except for the ground. Given that there are no bridges, why are we not getting power? To clear that bridge. Oop, hit the mic. Yeah, I agree. I'll probably have to do that off stream, but like the guys were saying, it's the ground on the USB-C anyway, so it's a non-issue. The dilemma that I have now is there's no other bridges on the USB-C. All of the resistors are in. I followed the mapping correctly. The capacitor is the right way around. The only time we've had powering on issues with CFT boards is USB pins. Okay. All right. Wow, capacitor's missing. Oh, okay. Maybe a short on the underside of the USB-C port? Oh man, that's... Now we're getting technical. I don't think I overflowed it. I was being pretty light. That bridge. Wow, you would not believe this. Well, you will believe it because you'll see it. It refuses to leave. The Bridge of Doom. Desperate times, desperate measures. No. Have I been playing much Valorant lately? Yes, daily. I wish I was playing it right now, honestly. I am exhausted. Yeah, this, No, I don't own any Hunger Works artisans. Sorry, Raz. Yeah, I don't know if you can see. It's pretty hard to show you. But this last final column, it's got a short and it refuses to let go. Yeah, I was trying to wipe it away with the iron as well, and, you know, trying to be delicate, trying not to be too heavy-handed, but it's so weird. Refuses to come away with the wick. Maybe I can hit it with the pump. I don't know. Let's see. I almost feel like it's a piece of leftover wick or something. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So that's interesting. I can see where the solder went molten. Give me focus, camera, come on. There's like nothing in focus. Yeah, there we go. So, that little bridge there. Driving me crazy. Yeah, I did that. I added more solder. I used flux. It's exactly the same problem that we were having with the capacitor earlier. I'm about ready to go to my two final options. One being getting out the multimeter, going through everything, and just validating all the things are connected and working. I want the sign to come up on the computer again and actually like give me some information. It's like before we got power surge, now we don't. Now we get nothing. Connect it, holding reset. Nope. Swap the USB port? Sure. Let's give it a go. Why not? Got another cable here. Hey, Laser, what's up, man? Oh, look at that. You're joking. You're joking. Did I cook the USB port? We got the little light. Reset the computer? Alright, cool. Okay, so... It's been a long day. It's 7:15. This has been the longest stream of my life. Now, let's open VR. I'm just gonna look down. No. No. So the thing on the USB came up saying PCB ready. What am I derping? Am I doing something wrong here? Oh, you know, it could be like, yay, print. Yay, insert. Yay. Oh, okay. Wait, I didn't have the app selected. Oh my god. I'm like, my stress levels are so high at this point that I'm starting to like just not think straight. Oh my god, fam. Is this it? Wait, which one's this? Oh wait, I bet if I reset it, it'll come good. Print? Yeah. You can only use it once, I'm guessing, because it's print screen. Yeah, okay, cool. Test, 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 test. Do 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 do. All right. This one won't show up because thank you, P13FK. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you know what I want to do? Test keyboard matrix. Ciao. Yep. 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 I might seem like a boring person right now, but trust me, my adrenaline. Trust me, I'm a wealth of excitement. Oh, you want me to turn the key sounds on in the tester? Cheers, Laneway. Take it easy, man. Turn the test sounds on. Sounds great. All right. Do you want me to... Wait, where will test sounds... Test sounds will come through the USB. You'll hear it with the music. You want me to stop the music? I can stop the music if you want me to. It's not coming through the stream? Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. Let me just turn that off. Do I still hear it? No, so it is. It's coming through with the music. So if I was to go... whap, whap, and then do it. Wait. Tester? Is that coming through? Or is it just me silently sitting by myself, making piano noises? Oh, that was anticlimactic. I was hoping it would keep going and then I'd be like, yes, it worked. But, super quiet. My bad. Here, let me bring the music back so it's not just me mouth breathing. All right. Cool. Excellent. Brilliant. Sweat wiped from my forehead. Stomach backflips completing their rotation. I am going to clean up my desk. Just remove all this junk and stuff. Give myself some space. We have to lube the stabs. Lube the stabs. Switches in. Solder the switches. Keyboard goes into the case. So we're pretty much like, we'll be done by 8 p.m. Let me mute myself, turn off my cam so I can just have a minute to myself. I need a moment to digest everything that has happened. The GMK Boba Fett Baby Yoda build is about to happen. Oh, it's been a long day of streaming. Give me 5 to 10. Smash out a quick one. Thank you for following. Dancegate. All right, BRB. All right, so the part you've all been waiting for, the funnest moment of the stream. Hey, Luke Mizio. I'm tempted to do a 7U build, because if I do a 7U build, I have more more 6U spacebars. And yes, they are Duroc. Win keyless Mysterium 7U. I can't do win keyless because the case and the plate and everything don't allow for it. But I do like on a 7U how you have the two 1.5s and the 1U. So that's tempting. The 7U, if I remember correctly, extends to the right, not to the left. Because you have the 1.5U, so you use this one. I don't know, I'll figure that out. You lose this one, you get a 1.5, a 1 out of 1.5. The alternative is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I like the symmetry of the 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Sorry, 1, 5, 1, 5, 1. 1, 5, 1, 5, 1. Yeah, let's go 7U. Bagger it. Let's go 7U, he says. All right, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, enter, backspace, right shift, spacebar, left shift, leaving me with 1 extra. 2 if you include that one. Peronal? Ooh. I'm a 2U bar short. I'll have to go with this one. But I don't like the lube job that I did. Can I get a tissue, please? Thank you. No stream build for Protozoa P01, which is in group buy? No, there is a build command. And this is the Protozoa build. once I do the stabs, it's coming together. Oh, thank you for the follow. You get a heart. Fails W, everybody does. You know what? I can actually use my stem picker. Let me put the pet cam on in a second. Brush has seen better days. Yeah, the capacitor drama, all sorted. Keyboard is working now. Alright, so let me get the pet cam going. Yay, pet cam. And all was well again in the world. Okay, camera. Power on. Whoop. Angle return. All right, cool. Actually, do them all, yes. I'm using 205 G2, which is basically like 205 GO. Yeah, I do highly recommend Zonskate. I do highly recommend the Dizzy Pad. It's a very good kit, affordable, accessible, challenging enough for beginners to stretch your soldering legs a little bit. I am an Iron Man? Yeah, I'm like the marathon streamer right now, right? Well, I wanted to take my time. I wanted to do it right. We ran into some issues. The internet was down. I took breaks, which is healthy, rather than just sitting here like a masochist. Ooh, hydrate. Don't mind if I do. Why, thank you. Pepsi counts, right? Hey, whoa. The cat and the dog are chasing each other. Hold on. God, I tell ya. Animals. Uncontrollable. Hmm? I should, yes, I should make an emote about the tracking box, but it's because it thinks that I'm a hand. It thinks that I'm a face, like I'm making a smiley face. So yes, I should make an emote about the tracking box of doom. You hear spraying in the background, you're like, what is that spraying sound? That is the sound of someone cleaning up a dog's mess because she got a little bit too excited just then. Show you the diodes. Tell you what, let me get through this. I'll take photos and stuff as well. But I'm partially also because I'm unhappy with some of them. I must have lost weight. My rings are just flying all over the place. The effect that I was going for, though, you can see. Once I clean it away, it's smooth enough that you can run your fingers over it. For a build like this, this is kind of like not important because no one can see it. But when you build it in the sandwich style and you can actually see in through the side, you get a much nicer, I don't know, it's such a minor thing. Such pedantic. What I'd like to do is go across and touch up as much of these as possible, because I could have essentially like no solder on top and just have tinned vias. But yes. The technique that I've been talking about was mostly for these, which is not as relevant here. And after the fact, you would want to go through and clean everything up. Once I've cleaned up all the joins so that they're consistent and even and, you know, as uniform as possible, then I'll take some nice close-ups. But what I can try and show you is that it's probably not going to come through on the camera on the stream. But all of the diodes are oriented the exact same way. So the symbol or the writing on every diode is the same. It's all pointing up. This song, again, every time. Have I tried an Alice layout board fatality? Fatally? Oh man, I'm so tired. I welcome some Valorant after this. No, I have not had the good fortune of trying an Alice layout board as of yet, but it is something that I look forward to. Diamond 1 in Val the other day. Very well done. I have been stuck at Gold 1 for ages, while my friends and colleagues are all hitting Plat now. Which is hilarious, because you look at my career history and there's like heaps of match MVPs and stuff in there. But they're just like caked between all these losses. Didn't help that I refused to stop playing while my computer was having daily like 10 plus blue screens. Kind of like punishing myself a little bit there. Oh, there's one I didn't do. Your battery ran out at the crucial moment. I did actually show off just for you because you asked. What I said was I'm going to touch it up and then take some photos and stuff after the fact. Videos and things like that for Instagram. So that's where you'll get the best quality close-ups. I also explained that the technique... No! The technique that I used was mostly getting a clean underside so that like when you look through the sandwich you don't have like janglies sticking out, which is not as applicable to this kind of build. So what I'm going to do is go across the top and basically clean up all the joints and get them as consistent as possible. But what I did do was I made sure that every single diode had the same symbols, same imagery facing upwards and in the same orientation. So photos and close-ups, it should look very nice. It's really hard to show on the stream because the stream also doesn't show, like, it's not super high quality, unfortunately. Well, it's not that it's not super high quality, it's that it's hard to get that level of detail that close up. All right. Wait, is that one in backwards? No. Here we go. Are you counting down? What am I looping the stabs with? 205 G2. You got the Infinikey Durock stabs. Gonna swap in black bars and use them for the PO2 with inks. Oh yeah. I approve. I like that we're starting to see stabs becoming an addition to the aesthetic in terms of not just being, oh, get the best stabs quality, get the best quality stabs, but actually like, oh yeah, get these ones because they're good quality, but also you can match them to the aesthetic of your build. What? There was only a couple of washes? What? How does 205 G2? Oh, thanks for the follow, Krelski. I recognize you. I know Krell. Krell lol lol lol. How does 205 GO or G2 compare to dielectric? I think it depends on whether you want like a really cloud-like sort of soft stabilizer feel. Then you would go to town with the dielectric grease. If you want a more snappy stabilizer, then you would probably just go with something like 205 or like a buttery switch lube. Oh, magnetics, non-magnetic, come on. One time I put stabs in and I didn't do the screws tight enough. I put everything together and I'm like, oh, this stab is wobbly. Turns out the screw was loose. Had to disassemble everything and disassemble the keyboard and get back to the back of the PCB. So now, check everything, give it a wobble, make sure it's all good. Animals, come on. Any tips for quickly orienting the stabs? Oh, this song, every time it comes back to haunt me. any tips for quickly orienting the stabs? Yep. Tip number 1. When you're trying to figure out which spot to put the stab on, you'll see there's holes parallel to each other. Big ones, small ones. The big ones are where the pop in, pop out clips go. The small ones are where the threaded screw head go. Yes, bigger one for the plastic bit, smaller one for the threaded screw. When it comes to aligning the sliders inside the stab housings, what you'll see is... Oh, it's hard to see through the lube. Unlubed one? No, that's also lubed. Okay, here we go. Hello, tracking box. Inside the slider housing... Shoot, let's get focused. Inside the slider housing, there is an angled, like step, which you can see there. So the up angle, this side, faces the side of the housing that doesn't have a hole. So basically, that's the hole inside the housing. That's the orientation. So you look for that upward slope, and that faces away from where the stab bar goes. Hopefully that helped a little bit. Come on, puppy, don't fight. Okay, so... You know what? Let's clean up between activities, hey? Where's the bag for the stabs? Here they are. So that Nick Kyrgios then... I don't know who or what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not a great Aussie. I'm not really like... Kira, come on. I'm not up to date with the happy haps, you know? Oh, I'm getting excited. I have lube on my fingers. I'm gonna correct that situation. And wash my fingers because I refuse to touch my minty fresh GMK Boba Fett. It's finally happening. Months of planning. Imagine if I plug it back in, it's like smoke and dust. Speaking of dust, my Susawatari arrived. MT3 Susawatari, yay! I can't wait to put that on my souffle. BRB, washing my hands, yo. I'm eating a fantail and I'm not going to subject you to the chewing sounds, so I'll mute myself while I reveal the Boba Fett. All right. I'm such a Star Wars freak. This is like, it's surprising to me how much this is, I can't even think. I can't concentrate. Why stab? I'm even like losing my my nerve when it comes to like putting a shift on. All right, cool. Like, I've had GMK sets before. I'm like, for some reason, Star Wars is such a iconic and important thing to me that if I was putting one of these caps on and it split or something, like, with the fury of 1,000 suns he did rage. All right. Seven U spacebar. Ooh. We're adventurous now. I haven't built a 7U board for myself before. This is the way. 7U boards or GTFO. I have spoken. All right. Let me turn off the noise gate because the noise gate will F with things. Oh, I love this Rodecaster. Let's go back to home, hit 1, go audio processing, noise gate, turn the noise gate off, turn the music down. All right, the unfettered audio. It's not doing it justice. You know what? I'll put it down. Oh, the caps. What do I do with the caps? And I'll move the mic. But that's going to move the light. Oh no. All right. How about this? Tell me if it's too quiet. It's probably like super backgroundy. I made the genius move of attaching my lamp to the arm for the mic because I'm going to have a mic for my desk, dedicated one. I am happy. This is the way. Preference. Music. Noise gate. You thought I was putting the caps on to check alignment? No. Thankfully, when you get 5-pin switches, the extra 2 pins are essentially for alignment. So when you're building a board with my brain's not working. When you're building a board with 5-pin switches, you don't have to stress too much about alignment because those extra pins are going to make sure that your switches are nice and straight. It's actually why it's not entirely easy to pull that out. I'll give you back the face cam. If you're having trouble with pulling switches out after testing your stabs, because the stabs are too close together, you can use your thumb or any hard finger or the end of tweezers or something, and you can push through the back of the switch hole, and that'll pop it out for you. As I have just cut myself trying to rip one out. Cool, so... Is this it? Is this it? All right, scary times ahead. All right, I'm gonna put my Boba Fett away because they're just precariously sitting over here. right. No, the switches are JTK Fat Tigers, filmed with idyllic acrylic in Brisbane, I think Sydney, maybe Sydney, who makes switch films. They sent me a pack to test out, so I am using them on my Protozoa. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Exciting times ahead. Oof. All right, let's go. Let's go. There are a couple of things to note, but I will mention them when I get to that point in the build. Just little things that are different with the prototype. A couple of things they corrected or changed. For example, the maker's mark on the back of the case. You want to have a stainless steel plate cut for yours? I am interested to see if people do some interesting or unique takes. Now, what is colliding here? Looks like this dab. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, it's all coming together. Thanks for the follow, Paffy. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Thank you for the follow. Madonja? Madonja? Madonja. Bruh, switches all in first. Trust. Switches all into the plate first, you say? Yeah. I can understand why you would say that, because obviously things are going to like flex and stuff. And I'm probably, you say it, and I have a tendency to want to just quickly do that. Especially on a larger plate like this, because the flex and things, especially with the cutouts as well. And then align everything. Okay. Okay. All right. I have to make sure that exhaustion does not get the better of me. Let's go. been a long stream. But I've waited too long for my slave one to let anything stop me. While you wait for me to put all the switches into the plate, if you didn't know, there are 4 giveaways that are running at the moment. Protozoa is running one for 3 Protozoa desk mats. They're also running one for 90 moss switches in your choice of weight. I'm also running a Mythic Cables custom cable giveaway and an Archetype Coal Crabber giveaway. Links should be in the giveaway command or coming through shortly. Oh, thanks for the follow, Houchy. Houchy. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Everybody whom I'm present for when they follow and or I don't miss it and or I'm not panicking because I have some issue happening. I just realized, while I'm powering through the switches, I can mute my mic and eat a fantail. Thanks for following, Panda Man Pete. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Hey, Protozoa, you're back. Yeah, that is not stepped caps. Stepped caps is when you have it pushed to the side. I have stepped caps on my Romeo. I thought I would do it for a laugh and to see what stepped caps feels like, and I decided not to do it because it just felt a little bit unusual for me. Ye of non-stepped caps origins. Yes, bruv. Hey, man. Sorry things did not go as smoothly as anticipated. Thankfully, it all works. The build will be complete today, even if it did take 10 or so hours. And it will serve as an example to others of the mistakes that you can make, things that can go wrong, and how to fix them. For example, don't put the capacitor in backwards. That sucked. Don't second guess yourself. Protozoa, I can't wait for the desk mat, the t-shirt, the moss switches. I'm gonna be shilling Protozoa. Believe it or not, I already have the moss switch wallpaper as my desktop wallpaper on my work computer. And I have since you released that graphic before I think we even were working on... Actually, no, I think we were already working on the prototype build stream before the moss switches became a thing. I tell you what though, if I had, when the brass plate arrives, with the patinaed special edition top and all that sort of junk, I will do a rebuild And in that rebuild, I will do it as a YouTube video instead. And that way I can have better control over it and show off techniques and stuff like that at about the same time that people are going to be doing their builds. Now hopefully none of the switch legs. Whoop. Return to me, camera. Make sure any that are really standing out are fixed. All right. Okay. Nothing seems to be resisting. Now, before I go ham, all right. The flex of the plate. I have to get enough switches through to fight the flex of the plate. How do I feel about Frankensteining the cream stems? I don't know. It's not something that I've done personally, so I can't really have much of an opinion about it. Alright, so the plate wants to pull itself out. I think it's just, I've got to get enough of the, yeah, 10 hours. Ooh. Hopefully it won't take this long for anybody else. I'm just working through all of the switches, getting them all through. Making sure that all the pins are through. Because some of them are being stubborn. We're so close. So I can see that the ones in the middle here aren't as through as the other ones, and I'm wondering the plate hopefully isn't struggling to clear the Duroc stabs. My thumbs. Oh, wait for it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, what I'm gonna have to do yeah, I swear it's like it's popping on a slider or something. On a stab or something. Edge ones are all good. These back ones are good. Front ones are good. It's just this the middle section that refuses to play ball. And this is why I normally This is why I normally do the switches into the plate over the PCB. I'm getting a phone call. I'm going to ignore it. Maybe I just literally need to... Yeah, there's so much... No, there's no bent pins. I had a look over it. Scoured it a second ago. And even if there was bent pins, that shouldn't stop it. Nope. I can feel that the ones in the middle aren't all the way through. And this one up in the corner wants to pop out. So I think the best bet is probably going to be when I solder. Again, go away. Yeah, it could just be the plate bowing. This is now lined up though. That wasn't lined up before, so making progress. Yay! That's better. When I do the corner ones, I'll have to hold the plate in. But I think I'm happy now. Those ones are all flush. Flush, flush. Flush, flush. There you go. Okay, cool. So it literally was just a matter of brute force. Just pushing through. Give it one more round. So, word to the wise, if you build this and you put the switches into the plate before you put them into the PCB, just be aware that the plate will bow and you'll have some issues flexing it. You'll have to sort of like figure out a way to put it in so that it doesn't resist you. I'm going to do that one first. That song, it's back again. It haunts me. Also, am I missing a switch? No, that's everything. Oh, that's right. I did the 7U. Now, just going to double check before I start soldering things together. So, these cutouts, it'll sandwich between the two of them. Cool, so these flex excess bits out the side here will just sandwich between the top and the bottom. With maybe these screws? No. So these screws are for... Alright, cool. But this is it. Alright, sweet. So now we can go through and start soldering the switches. Just like to do 1,000 visual confirmations of everything. Hold up. What's up? Oh, these? Yeah, ignore that. There are still ones that aren't all the way through, and it will do my head in if those caps aren't even. I'm like that crazy person now, like, you see them, don't you? You see the aliens. They're among us. They're everywhere. They're gonna steal your brain. That's why I wear this special hat. And there doth go the light. Give me a moment. No more caffeine after 8 p.m. Yeah, my apologies for the stream going so damn long. I have been trying to be meticulous, pay attention to things. We had a couple of issues here and there. Nothing in the design, mistakes that I made, things like that. But we're getting close. Oh, my back. That was one of the things I wanted to check as I solder. Has this flexed? Nope. Okie dokie dokie. I also have to be very careful of my mouse. A few times I've gone very close to just melting my nice mouse. Oh, shout out? Is that a shout out to me? Oh, shout out to Seamus. Such beast. Well, I'll tell you this much. I am nothing if not persistent. Maybe not consistent. Wait, wrong one. Yeah, did it. Maybe not consistent. I'm gonna love that soundboard. I can't wait to put some custom sounds in there. Honestly, it's normally I'm so talkative when I'm building keyboards. Normally I've got 1,000 things to say. But I've been waiting to build this for so long, and it's been such a long day that my brain is just like, come on, Keeb, come on, Keeb, come on, Keeb, let's go. Come on, Keeb, come on, Keeb, come on, Keeb, let's go. Thanks for subscribing, William Mung. Go away, tracking box. That is a YouTube sub, I'm fairly certain. If you don't know about the giveaways, I've been shilling it all night, all day. All day and all evening. There are 4 giveaways running at the moment. One of them is for 3 Protozoa desk mats. Another one is for 90 moss switches. Another one is for an archetype coal crabber. And another one is for a Mythic Cables custom cables. So there's a lot of awesome stuff for you to win. Entry conditions are pretty straightforward. It's all running through Gleam, so you know it's legit. Thank you for following DWDW07. You get a heart, everybody gets one. Yes, I did test the key map. Tested the key map. We used VIA. We even put on the soundboard to make sure that you could hear the beep boop beep boops. Hear the R2D2 noises. Once this is all soldered in, we'll test it again to make sure that the lube job didn't result in any crushed leaves or switches that fail to activate. Oh, thank you for subscribing on my YouTube, Walter Chung. Switch reviews, keyboard builds, potentially photography tips, but not likely. But almost certainly keyboard sketch comedy. I really like what Glasses has been doing with the keyboard sketch comedy. And I went to an acting college and used to be in musicals. So that is right up my alley. I used to do sketch comedy stuff on YouTube actually back in the day. Ah.
Favorite tactile and linear.
Thank you, a million, Emily. That's... Oh, it said 220, and it looked like 220, and I was like, what? $2.20. Also very generous, thank you. Favorite tactile and linear. At the moment, I'm a big fan of JWK linears, but I would say that my standing favorite is the Gap Black inks. They're so smooth, you almost don't, and they sound so good, you almost don't need to lube or film them. They're one of the only switches you can just take out of the box and use, and they're good. Go away, tracking box. You said network error, and I immediately went, not again! For those of you who weren't awake at 9 AM like I was trying to stream, my NBN decided to die. All right. Do I usually read chat this infrequent? It's been a very long day if you check the stream time. So I'm very much interested in getting this done because it's been more than 12 hours of me working with the stream or on the stream in some way, shape or form, but I can have a read for it now for you. No, normally I do read chat a lot. Like I said, it's been a very long day. You really want to get into Topra, but you love VIA? No Topra board supports more than 3 layers? Not that I'm aware of. And I agree, that sucks. I like Topra. I have a Real Force RGB over on the shelf over there. What else? Could move out of Murdoch Land to somewhere with decent internet? Yeah. Slap the creams in there, working for a month, endgame? Yeah. I think, I'm pretty excited for mosses. I'm not that jazzed about creams, to be honest. They smell like fish flakes. Let's change the USB port. Too much effort. I'll grab the extra USB cable. Oh, why no sounds? Oh. That's gonna make me sad panda. So, reflow or different switch? Different switch. All right, return the music. Actually, what I'll do is I'll test everything else and see if anything else is balked. All right, so hopefully this switch is A-okay. Otherwise it's a diode or something. Oh, you can't even see VR? Oh my god, have I been doing this the entire time without VR on? Oh, okay. So F2. All right. It could just be the actually, you know what? No, it's just the animations, not yeah. Okay, cool. The animations aren't like cool. Cool. I'll change the mappings later. Think we're good? Okay. What's left? The acrylic cover goes on last, and I've got to remove the materials from that. Solder to the side. Let me take a moment to read chat. All Topras are max of 2 layers? Not necessarily. If you want a Topra, by the way, Raz, that has QMK and lots of layers, you can actually get a Hasu controller, which is a replacement PCB daughter board, which enables you to have QMK and all that good stuff for boards like the HHKB. The dog has become a being of pure light, ascended. Oh, the camera. Unfortunately, it would appear that the gimbal has run out of power, so no more pet cam. Snidge Labs has cheap POM plates. I've never heard of Snidge Labs. I'll have to check that out. Finishing it, that's what's left. Yes. Next board will have FR4. Yes. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 33 minutes. Oh my god. All right. So, a couple of things to point out. The feet are not the final feet that everyone else will receive, will reach all the way across. Mine had a slight cutting issue. Don't worry about that. The maker's mark on mine doesn't have the border. Yours will have the stamp of authenticity. What else? Mine, as you'll see, because I didn't have time to get around to filing these screws down, these two screws here, and I think two somewhere else, touch too short. The screws are too long, the holes are too short. Take it whichever way you like it. But you'll see that when we get to it. And I'll file those down after the fact. Yes, Kira. I can feel that there is still lube on my hands, and it makes me want to go give my hands a thorough wash. Because the tool, even the soldering iron and stuff, has lube on it. Ecto, I can tell you right now, I have not been this giddy. It's funny, I keep trying to talk about it and then not finishing my sentence, not finishing my thought. Normally I have a lot to say. Normally I have 1,000 words. You couldn't keep my opinions to me if you put a gun to my head. But this time, this build, this long build, despite its many anxiety-inducing issues with the internet and with various things that things that did not go to plan, I keep going quiet because all I can think, I'm just looking at it going, so, all right, yep, I'm gonna wash my hands because I can feel that I'm just about to like smudge oils all over it. Give me 2 seconds. So, oh, that bottom. So, let's bring back the PCB. Put that away. Ah. So, what's the go here? Does it go on top of the don't want to just like drop it in. Cool. Ah, I'm doing it wrong, aren't I? I just picked it up and was like, huh, I can tell already that I'm doing it wrong. So there's some screws that'll go into here, into the bottom. Oh my god, yes! The excitement levels. They're over 9,000. Use the washers instead of filing down the screws. Ah, okay, so you don't have to use the wash. So the idea is not necessarily to use the washers all the way across. Which ones am I using the washers on? If I flip the board over, top two right. And which one's in here? Left two, right two? Two washers on the bottom two? All right, cool. Thanks for that. Good call out. For a moment, I was like, oh, did you try to do like a gasket donut design or something? No, that's silly. Clearly not. And don't over tighten. Will do. We're so close. So the final version won't have washers. Those were just for this one because of the prototyping issue that I mentioned about the screw holes being too short. Nervously trying not to over tighten. All right, cool. So those four in the sides, two in the sides, two in the bottom, and now this is something to behold. I need to do touch-up work on all the diodes and things, clean off flux and whatnot. But I can do that in my own time. That was all of the Protozoa. That was all of the. There was just those two. Those two. What have I got here? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there just an extra four for good luck? Four for the plate, 8 for the top, and some extras. Cool, yep. I did notice some of the screws are actually longer. Interesting. Longer screws. Curious. Longer screws for the... Ah, yes. Or not, maybe. Because I kept the 4 that were already in here separate. A shorter top. Well, see, I kept the 4 separate. And now I'm second guessing myself. I'm fairly... These are the 4 from the... Yeah, these are the 4 from the bottom of the case that were in here already. I think I might have not tightened it enough. Magnetic screw head, not magnetizing. It will be flexy, the final version of the plate will be a bit stiffer. Alright, cool. Well, I'll just double check to be safe, because at this point, better safe than sorry. So much girth, so much weight. This thing's a weapon. Finding my, I have to like ream my. I'm like. This one also doesn't have the case foam as well, so you'll have a slightly stiffer plate and case foam as well, which will obviously affect the acoustics of the final product. So, oh, look at that. That just finishes it. Oh, just, I don't even have to screw it in. I could just even leave it off-centered. Mwah. Look at that. Just hide those gross, unsightly electronics. Am I right? Glad everybody thinks it's funny. Oh, the ASMR. Love it or hate it. It exists. Yeah, the volcanic green, it's a bit of a chameleon. Alright, so one thing to mention with the acrylic cover, the sides of it on this one are kind of like not as translucent, they're kind of frosted. The final version will have crystal clear all the way through. Oh, can you tell how tired I am? I'm just like, get off! Get off! Alright, so I might even this is unreal. You have outdone yourselves, my friends. I'm gonna clean the acrylic. Be right back. All right. I'm hoping that's a threaded screw and not a threaded... Because I hadn't even tightened that one yet. Ooh. Oh, no. Well, that's okay. I don't know... I don't know why, but this one, Ecto, is threaded, not the screw, but the actual insert itself. I didn't over tighten. I hadn't even tightened it yet. I was just going and then... So, there are ways that I can fix that. I can address that on my own time. For all intent and purposes. Stripped, yeah. Just this one. So, I can get it, yeah, it's just completely stripped. It actually just like pushes all the way in. You don't even have to screw it at all. It just falls in, which is fine. That's no big deal. I can fix that in my own time. I'm a handyman when it comes to these things. Oh, let's get rid of this rubbish off my desk. Mate. I'm telling you, this is... I almost... Goosebumps. This song, come back to haunt me every time. Go away. Hydrate away from the keyboard. Yeah. You've made a dream come true, Ecto. Hydrate. I can do hydrate. I read you saying hydrate, but I didn't actually. the green, mate. It does not get... Oh, what is that on my keycap? Oh, it's just crap. Ooh, boy, I was in panic mode. Get that crap off my cap. JTK Fat Tigers, you'll have to ask Protozoa. They were sent with the parts. I actually hadn't heard of them before. But I am very, very happy with them. Alright, so instead of the escape key... No, I'll leave that there for now. We'll come back to that. Sailor? The reason that I'm not talking, I've said this so many times now, the reason that I'm not talking so much, and normally I am just a complete blabbermouth, Jules called it Baby Yoda Artisan. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, I should read chat more. Raz, call me out. Giant V2 seems to be the fat tiger from our RMH Discord search. Yeah, I don't actually know anything about JWKs. I can tell you that they're smooth. Like really smooth and poppy. Can you see it coming together? This childhood dream. A dream I didn't even know that I had. Building a high-end premium keyboard. With every little window dressing ticking every box that it needs to. There was a time where I thought I would sell all my artisans because I'm like, who collects artisans? That's just silly. I'll build one keyboard. I'll just build one keyboard for developing on at work. And that is all I'll ever need. Yeah, like if they're... I keep telling people... People keep being like, there's no such thing as endgame. When you think you've built the endest of games, the game ends you. But I honestly... I can take the camera around my house. I can show you the 1/16th scale Boba Fett figurine. I can show you the UCS Slave one. I can show you the tattoo sleeve. These are also Star Wars tattoos. They're just a little bit more subtle. Boba Fett. I have a Yoda LED lamp. I have almost every UCS Lego set. I have all the comics. I have every Star Wars comic. Like every Star Wars comic. I'm not just like... And I'm not like, I am the greatest Star Wars fan there ever was, and I challenge you. I'm just saying, in this moment, I fully accept my nerddom. All right, which ones? What goes where? I feel like these should go up here. Yes, I didn't even finish what I was saying. Yes, the ending of that sentence, goddamn ADHD, is that if there was anything like an endgame for any one individual, this would be the endgame for me. So, where do we think? We've got 1 5, 1 5, 1 5, 1 5, 1 U. I got these that I can throw up here or something. I like symmetry. I feel like Boba Fett. And then what? I feel like more red. I feel like the backpack and the clan logo. Almost their game. That's not 1 5. What are you doing? No! The downside to going 7U is that the 1 5... The 1 5s don't come in novelties. Saddest of pandas. That's okay. Because I can use these ones. And I think I'll actually like not having the red everywhere. The things we tell ourselves. Yeah, the Boba caps and the volcanic green. The pinkies. It is done. It's not quite done, actually. I lie. There's a couple other things left to do. First of all, novelties, replace these? Yes, please. Let's go with... red in the middle. Put yellows on the outside, red in the middle. I will put Baby Yoda somewhere. Ye of little patience. I mean, I could put Baby Yoda there, but I feel like, how will I ever get my escape? Oh no. There we go. All right, just wait a minute. Just wait. I need a moment. It's got the Archetype logo on the back. Little baby Yodes. Okay, so first things first, I gotta change the cable. Oh my god, I'm muted. Rah! I shall begin again. It's been a long day on this journey into Protozoa. The P01 prototype stream of 11 hours. Waiting for my Baby Yoda, which I ordered before I knew about any of this. And the mythic cable that so perfectly, like ridiculously perfectly matches the keyboard. If you want to get a cable and you don't win the one from the giveaway, you can use a discount call, which is bite-sized discount, capital B, capital S, capital D, at checkout with Mythic Cables, and you will get a 10% discount. This is it. This is the piece de resistance. Come on, give me like focus so I can just get the YouTube thing, the YouTube cover clip. Come on, give me focus. Oh, well, that'll do. I said earlier on the stream, and at the risk of sounding like a hippie or some weird, like out there thinking person, I truly believe that high-end keyboards, or not even high-end keyboards, but a keyboard that speaks to you on an individual level is a representation of your identity in an ever-growing digital age, where everyone from millennials and under spends the majority of their time working and socializing on the internet, especially during this pandemic. A keyboard is the last, well, not the last, but it's one of the not yet heavily explored realms of identity representation through the overlap in the Venn diagram between art and function. You take something that improves your workflow, has more function than the normal off-the-shelf variants of it, and then you add the ability to represent who you are through your keyboard. It's this psychological little checkbox that it's unreal, man. It's unreal. And I've heard Taya talk about it before. The way that he phrases it being that it's this physical interaction between you and the digital universe, and every day that you sit down at your desk, you want to be inspired to work on that video game that you've been thinking about, or write that book, or start making a website, or learning how to code, or learning how to build a keyboard. And building something that so precisely caters to your individual preferences. There's not a lot out there like keyboards. And I agree with Space Cables. I think that it has the potential to outpace custom PCs as a revenue, on a revenue perspective, very quickly. All right. Let's see how much the light shines it. Not much. Wow, in real life, it actually does give a nice little subtle glow. I don't want that reflection. There we go. Cool. Nice. Nice. Okay, so I don't even want to use it. Damn. Brain, come on, brain. Let's just test everything one more time. Cool. Baby Yoda. Oh, it changes sound each time. That's interesting. All right, so everything tested out good. What's left? Monkey type? Wait, hold on. Whoa, hey, wait, hold on. What's going on here? You've seen behind the curtain, the shadow. All right. So, do you want me to move the mic down? I'll have to fandangle with my lamp and stuff, but I can move the mic down. I'm so used to having a wrist rest as well. You know what? I didn't even realize. Look. What? What? Let me just zoom the camera out. Yes, I have a frosted glass wrist rest that I have had for ages. Amazing. Good stuff. Move the mic? Yep. All right, cool. Let me mute it. I'll improve that for next time, because now I have to talk like this for you to hear me properly, but... Okay, so... Is that nice and loud and clear and crispy? Thanks for the follow, that girl 92 and Julie's. You get a heart, everybody does. You can actually, it feels like you can hear my finger scraping across this. I'm shedding tears. Oh, man. Oh, yes, excellent. Premium keyboard sounds. All right, I gotta take the rings off. And I gotta adjust to the typing angle. I'm used to 40% now as well, so excuses, excuses, excuses. Another thing, actually, that I noticed that I didn't notice before, Proto, the acrylic is not level cut along the bottom here. It's like that. That's all right, though. A couple of small things we can work out. All right. Oh, now I realize that the mic and the monitor and everything is in the way. So give me a sec. Okay, so doing things slightly different. Move the monitor all the way over there. But now we have the advantage of having the mic right over the middle of the keyboard. Oh my god, I'm so used to the 40%. Let's try that again. No! Warming up after a long day. There we go. Whoop, there goes a little ornament hanging off my monitor. I belong back at 1:30, come on. Yes, the Protozoa kits will come with foam. I'll do a 60-second one, yep. A little hollow, but the kit comes with foam from the bottom plate, yep. Backspace is surprisingly my favorite. I am digging it all around, I must say. Alright, cool, let's go. Oh, I already walked it. I can feel it. I can feel it. No. 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 There is no such thing as something. Can I see it again? Repeat test. There is no good and evil. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. I got back to my 130. Let's do this one again. There is no good and evil. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. It's cheating though, right? At this point. No, I clicked. No, it's gone. It's gone forever. I was gonna do it a third time. Cool. Well, let's do more. Oh, thanks for the sub, Niv180. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Super duper duper appreciate it. I can keep going. Shall we do more? All right, cool. So music back, bam. So this is amazing. I love it. I think. Sorry, let me read chat. I'm so exhausted, so tired. I got caught up with everything. 3.4 kilos was just the case. So no electronics, no plate. Or maybe it was the plate in the case. But yeah, it's heavy. It's a chunky boy. It's a chunky boy. Let me get rid of the website for you. Move my wrist rest. God, tracking box. There's no face there, come on. Thanks for the follow, Tweety Woof. Tweety Woof. Which time zone am I in? I am in Melbourne, Australia. There you go. There's the money shot. I love the Galaxy / Marble graphics. I love the exposed electronics. After building the DisiPad, the Romeo, and everything else, this is easily, I mean, like, come on. It's no comparison. Cable and Tech Flex color combo is a Mythic Cables special. Same one, not the same one that we're giving away. The person who made the one that we're giving away also made this one. It was just a custom order. I said, hey, I need it to match this case and these keycaps. They said, what about these colors? We went through a bunch. And this is what we came down to that matched it the best, and it matched it perfectly. Also, while talking about cables, There's a discount code. If you type in bite-sized discount, capital B, capital S, capital D, you'll get 10% off Mythic cables. If you don't win, you can buy yourself one and support him. He's an Aussie. He's a great bloke, and he makes awesome cables. He reverse coils them so they're nice and strong, and they'll retain their coily bounce for many years to come. Are there any questions about the Protozoa? Because I'm exhausted and I need to eat some dinner. The dog has decided to drop a stanky one, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think that might be a good sign that it's time. I hope everybody has enjoyed this 12-hour long stream. Holy dooly. I'm gonna eat a Kit Kat, I'm gonna eat some dinner, I'm gonna eat a Fantail, and then I'm gonna play some Valorant on my spicy new Slave 1 keyboard. Thank you, Ecto, for the opportunity to build the prototype. My apologies that things didn't go as buttery smooth as we could only hope. I imagine Taya's, which I think that's tomorrow, soon, like 2 a.m. for me. I don't know. Taya's one's gonna be awesome. This was amazing. I completely love it. I can't wait to get the copper top, the finished acrylic, fix a couple of small things that we discussed, and yeah, I'm struggling to find much desire to build another keyboard. End game, has it been reached? Souffle split with Navies and MT3 Suswatari coming up in 1 week's time. That'll do it for me. I'm going to sign off. I'll leave you with this here while I tidy up my desk. Someone commented the other day and said, was your mic muted at the end of the stream? And I'm like, yeah, I mute the mic at the end of the stream. It's like when you're watching a news broadcast and at the end of the stream, they're like tapping their paper on the table and stuff and organizing things, and everything's muted and you can see them going. It's the same kind of thing. Just chuck some tunes on, mute the mic. Raid possibly? Oh, raid. Yes. Let's do that. That's a better idea. Good gesture. Oh, I get to use my keyboard. Who do we want to raid? Who's online? All right, so it's not a keyboard person. You can suggest a keyboard person if you want to, but there is a person called Feedbead. They play World of Warcraft, and that's not the main thing they do. They kind of do just about everything, and they have stream games and stuff you can do. Oh, someone's doing keyboard stuff? All right, cool. Let's stick inside the keyboard realm. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody jump in. Let's raid. Let's make this person's night. Thank you all for watching. I will clip everything, the little bits and pieces that I think are relevant and worthy of being clipped. Enjoy your builds. I'll rebuild it closer to the... when the extras come, I'll rebuild it again. I'll do a YouTube vid, some tutorials. Actually, one of the extra PCBs. You know what? One of the spare PCBs. I'll talk to you about it. Cheers. Thanks all for coming. Protozoa, magnificent, beautiful piece of art. I don't know. This is the first time I've felt what it's like to be at a loss for words. Let's raid.